everyone. I hope you can hear me. The stream probably will take a couple seconds to get to you. So welcome to the 2020 OpenSimulator Community Conference. I'm Joyce Betancourt, the Vice President of Avicon, the nonprofit that helps run this. And you may, of course, you know me as my avatar here, Rhiannon Chat Noir, and probably in other virtual worlds. This is our 8th year, and we're delighted to open up the conference with the OpenSimulator core dev group again and spotlight them. So it's our 8th conference year, but 13 years of OpenSimulator, and the many developers that have been working on this open source, multi-platform, multi-user 3D application software that is running this conference grid and many other OpenSimulator grids. And of course, yes, the hundreds of public grids and the many private virtual grids that we don't even see. I'll put a link into chat in a second about the stats for the active grids. In this video, well, we have a video, and I'll actually add that here too to the chat. We put together a video, as we usually do, of the core contributions, like the dev that's happened in OpenSimulator over the years, and here's the URL for that. And you can definitely see the work that's been put in this year, and then also you can look back at prior years too. We keep them up on our YouTube page. And today we're going to have Lear Lobo as the co-chair of OSCC with me, who's going to be moderating this panel. Do you want to turn? I guess I can turn it over to you, Lear, to introduce folks, and then we can kind of go from there.
Thank you, Joyce.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Joyce, and hello, everyone. We're so delighted to see you this year, and we're so delighted to be a community and to be together. Well, I have the privilege of introducing Melanie Meland. As an OpenSimulator core developer, Melanie has been one of the most active contributors to the virtual world software, and in particular for OpenSimulator. As her avatar, Melanie Meland, she is a long-time Second Life resident and gained much experience in using virtual worlds. Yubit Umarov is currently a lead core developer for OpenSimulator, and he's been working on the project since 2012. He was instrumental in coding and implementing into the OpenSimulator codebase many of the updates that were part of the OpenSimulator 0.9 update and developing the upcoming releases. Krista Lopez, as Diva Canto, is a professor within the Department of Informatics, Donald Bren School of Information and Computer Sciences at the University of California, Irvine. She is an IEEE Fellow and, of course, well known for her contributions to OpenSimulator and to the Hypergrid. Robert Adams has been an OpenSimulator core developer for many years. His OpenSimulator work includes the BulletSim physics engine, the DSG distributed scene graph simulator experience, and many performance improvements. Outside OpenSimulator, he has been a computer developer and researcher for 40 years. He has a current interest in distributed simulation and robotics. And then we have Kevin Cozens, who is Andrew Hellishank's. Kevin has been coding for open source projects since 1992, including being a member of the OpenSimulator core developer team since March of 2014, and created or maintained several add-on modules, including the OpenSim Search, the OpenSim Profile, and the OpenSim Mute List, the modules that are used within the OpenSimulator project. You can find him reporting bugs, bug triaging, and updating the OpenSimulator project. Well, thank you to our core developers. Let's begin the session. So let's see, how is everyone doing today? What is new with each of you? I think I'll start, who would like to begin first? Would anyone like to talk about what you're currently working on? Let's see, Krista.
Good morning, everybody. It's absolutely a thrill to be back here on OSCC for the what's like the seventh time, eighth time,
This is the 8th annual. You're
eighth.
right.
It's unbelievable, and especially this year that so many other conferences out there are going in some form of virtual environment. This one continues to be the one that I think is my favorite of everything. There's a really nice feeling to being in a 3D virtual world and not just on Zoom. It's a pleasure to be here. Uh, this past year, I unfortunately I didn't, because of many things happening, including having to deal with COVID in the family and lots of other things. I didn't have as much time as I would to contribute to the code base of OpenSim. So my contributions this year were mainly to make sure that I'm paying the bills to get the continue to have the OpenSimulator hosting up and running, and updating the Diva distribution every so often. But I have been following from here, been closely following what is going on in OpenSim, and of course I think that Ubit should go next to see, because he's the real main contributor for the past couple of years.
Thank you, Krista. And to the point you just made, with 178 contributors and over 496,000 lines of code, we are so appreciative of everyone's contribution, past and present. Ubit, what's happening with you?
Hello, everyone. Glad to see you all again. Well, I've been working adding new bugs and things like that to our future release 092. That is a bit overdue because I keep adding changes and not giving enough time to check if it is a good release candidate. Basically that. Okay.
Oh, that's wonderful. And thank you. And Kevin, how are you doing?
Just doing fine, thanks, and good morning, everyone. Been a busy year for me. I do some work in embedded systems, and work I'm doing for a particular client's been keeping me really busy. And situation that helping the person out with, and so I haven't been as active with OpenSim as I would have liked this year. Although I have been just recently made a few small little minor changes to the modules I maintain, and I also have started a while back an OpenSimulator events module, which would be a module to allow people to make notes of events in grids that they were interested in attending, and that it would be able to remind them of when those events are coming up. That's a work that's started, but unfortunately I haven't had time to get back to finish working on that. And say I work from home, so I've been safe in all this craziness that's been going on. Hoping that I'll have a bit more time this coming year to get back to a bit more OpenSim work. I think
Well,
that's probably.
yeah, that's great. You have to realize we are so appreciative. I can't imagine what life would have been like this past year if we didn't have worlds like this to come together as a community to not just socialize and heal, but also to share and to dream of a better future. So I want you, each of you, to realize that it's not so much what you've done this year as what a profound impact you've had on our lives. And I just wanted to thank you for it. Melanie, many of your contributions has shaped our behavior today, and we're so thankful for your guidance. How are you doing in this time of COVID?
Well, since I've always worked remotely, I'm pretty familiar with working remotely even during COVID. Nothing much has changed for me. I did lose my job, had to find another one, which I did in the middle of lockdown. Um, I've not done a lot on OpenSimulator in terms of code commits. I think there were like maybe 4 or 5 commits on 3 days in this year. But I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes for OS Grid as well as to create an environment where OpenSimulator can be deployed in Kubernetes containers. So that is something that is going to come down the pipeline once I get it worked out how to do it, how to have everybody be able to do it quickly and easily. But I believe Kubernetes container and orchestration are the future, also for OpenSim.
Oh, thank you. You know, we were so inspired. What was it, 2 years ago, or maybe three now, when you were talking about the opportunities of bridging with other software engines, such as the Unreal Engine. And you made us dream of so many different opportunities. There's been quite a bit of work throughout the community in thinking about these bridging opportunities. Well, let's see. So, Robert Adams, Mr. Blue, we saw you dancing up a storm yesterday, and oh, how are you doing?
Well, I came by to dance, um, to support the community. Um, like other people, I've been working on other projects, other virtual world projects. There are with this virtual work remotely thing happening. The world has become hip deep in virtual world projects, and you know, OpenSimulator continues to be an example to all the other ones. And I'm here to support the community.
Hey, that's great. You know, yesterday we held the educator meetup, and they were talking about Dockers, and I had to laugh because remember last year you had inspired several of them to to take off and try some of your techniques that you were recommending. So
Yeah,
you bit. Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Tell us about that.
Well, I mean, last year I did present at the OSCC the a Dockerized version of an OpenSimulator region, and the code is still out there on GitHub.
That's right. And that's it was wonderful to hear that the educational community had picked up your ideas and were of course using them. So Ubit, you were telling me about the environment enhancement features, and I'm not as familiar with it. I was wondering if you could describe. I know you're running it on OS Grid, aren't you?
Yeah, so SGrid is using the latest version of OpenSim, and so several other grids. For example, OpenSim Fist was running also with the latest version supporting the new environment features. Basically, that is a feature that the viewers are introducing that allows more options to define the environment of a region. For example, we will be able to define the environment for each parcel and also for different altitude levels. And also just a few improvements to the wind light system, new features. The moon now can be set independently from the sun and things like that. Okay. It's something that you can see already in several grids using several viewers like experimental Firestorm, etc.
Does it take any additional performance or server load to run that
On
enhancement?
that, on that, the server is just a provider, storage and provider of the information. All the load and all the work is done viewer side, as most of the things. And yes, it had some impact on the frame rate that viewers were able to achieve, but I think that it's working okay.
Oh, that's great. So the latest version of Firestorm for OpenSim would be able to see and use these features?
Yes, I think Firestorm is about to release a new version pretty soon that will support that feature. There are also other views, but I can't speak much about them because I'm not having that contact with their teams, except Dayturn. But I think at the moment Dayturn will not have this feature. It has other improvements, not this one. Okay.
You know, that reminds me, you were talking to me about Vivox, and I didn't know if you wanted to share anything with the community about some potential changes that may be coming down the road.
Well, I'm not sure about the future on Vivox support. As you know, Vivox had a policy to provide free accounts for OpenSim use. I cannot tell how will that go. Also, when I asked them for some support to improve our code to support it, I got no answer at all. They just said to keep using what we have. And now with the change that now that Vivox is completely incorporated into Unity as just another product of Unity, I'm not sure about the future, and we may need to find another solution for voice. Okay.
Thank you. And I remember last year we were talking about the upcoming early bakes on mesh support. How is that going?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Can you
Oh,
please
that's
repeat?
okay. The bake on mesh. I know there was quite a bit of attention about that. Is that is that a feature that everyone's enjoying? See, I get a little isolated. I'm off teaching university
Yeah,
classes. Yeah.
sure. Well,
Yeah.
Bacon Maths was introduced in the last version. This version is already supporting it. From our side, there was no need to make those change on our code. Some view, for example, for the new version of Firestorm will support improved resolution on the bakes that are used for also for bakes on mesh. I think the problem is just a problem of the content creation. The typical problem on OpenSim is to have creators making new things so for us to use. There is for avatars, there is that Roof and Roth, I think that's the name, open source avatar project that does support bakes on mesh, and possible there are some other creators um, creating avatars for us with those features. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I was looking over the list of what we were talking about last year as far as new OSSL functions, the Y engine as an experimental option. How is that going?
Well, the 09 the 2 will have improved some improvements to iEngine, including the options to extend the language a little bit with some features like switch case, try and catch, just optional, because if you use those on a script, only that version of iEngine will be able to run it. Oh, so many things.
That's great.
Of course, we keep extending our own extensions to LSL, the OSL extensions, and I did have a few more functions. We'll see that on the release notes when they come out. Okay.
That's great.
Yeah, the wiki page that lists the available OSSL functions. We're trying to keep that up to date as there, as changes are made in terms of new functions that are being added. That page is being kept up to date, and the new features are usually flagged so that people want to keep up to date with what's happening with the OSL support. They can look at that wiki page.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I want to thank all of our core developers. We have a short session this morning, but we will have a VIP session over lunch later with the core dev team. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org/schedule. Following this session, the next session will begin at 7:30 a.m. and it is entitled We Are Going to America. We encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to the core dev team and to you, the audience, our community. Let's have a great conference.
things that make virtual reality compelling have been with us for tens and hundreds of thousands of years. At its core, it's about storytelling. Everything along the way is a step towards trying to get more immersed in the experience and more immersed in the story. But, we're still putting something between you and the world.
What we really wanted to do was to make something feel real. And so this is the first headset for actual reality.
Lear?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Rammstein was playing. Um, Hello, everyone, and welcome to 7:30 to 8 o'clock session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called We Are Going to America. Our speakers are Kisma Riedling, Juliet Surreal Dreaming, and Rainer Schneeberger, Art Blue. Kisma is a visionary mixed media artist living in Newport Beach, California. She was co-curator for One Biennale 2018, which made it to the first global showing of immersive art in the OpenSimulator. Rainer once worked in supercomputing at Control Data as head of consulting, dreaming with Seymour Cray to watch the movements of the stars. He is an artist, curator, writer, and has a degree in simulation. And that's why Art Blue listens to the OWL AI, which is his excuse if things go wrong. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details about the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to OpenSimCC, #pound OSCC20. And welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you, Lear. Dear ladies and gentlemen and fellow artists and creators that are gathered here today, and I guess a lot of educators, it's really a pleasure to be here. Almost all of you do not know me. I am Kisma Riedling, or I guess you now know I'm a real life artist. But I think some of you do know me as Julietta Surreal Dreaming, a virtual reality curator for Art Blues projects. And I was the owner of the Second Life Surreal Art Gallery for 5 years, but I closed it back on April 19th, and it was due to the pandemic and some real life needs. But this summer, we opened Surreal Gallery in Craft World, and we've had 2 exhibitions, one for the Craft World 10-year gala anniversary, and just this past, or 2 weeks ago, November 16th, for the H.G. Hopper's one-day exhibition. And that was of my real life paintings, a collection called The Divine Feminine. So the other thing I do really want to say is that you might say I am following in the footsteps of Art Blue and merging both worlds together, real and virtual. So I'd like to mention also that it is my great honor to bring the new OSCC Surreal Museum this year to our conference. We held a grand opening yesterday. Thank you everyone who came to that. And if you haven't been over to see it yet, please do. It will remain open even after the conference. And it is a showcasing of a lot of the conservation art project pieces that Art Blue has been collecting for over 10 years, and also select pieces from the different biennales that we've done. Now, today it is my pleasure to share with you the new Art Blue art project, America Art Interbiennale, The Afterlife. And I will also share a little bit later how an artist can apply to participate in it. But before I go on about that, I want to state two clear facts that I know for a certainty. One, everyone can be an artist in a virtual world. And two, everyone can travel to the real and virtual America, and that's America with a K, not a C. The America art will be a different it'll be different than any other art show that has happened before. We call it actual virtual reality. It's a term Art Blue will use again tomorrow when he speaks to us about OpenSimulator. If we look at the slides, you see that we are showing a slide of actual reality because America is a real place. It's a village in Germany. We have the support from the governor of America. We have support from the America Museum. And as part of this project, the America Art Interbiennale, we will be holding the first live AVR Days 2022 in America, Germany, right there, right on that slide. So let's take a look at actual reality. On the slides, we see, the quaint village of America. You need to fast forward the slides. Art, you're falling behind in your job. I'm teasing. But you'll see on a slide in just a moment, you'll see the village of America, and it's nestled along the River Mold in a storybook forest setting located near the town of Pinnock. And as I've said, we will be holding the live AVR Days 2022 in America, Germany, right there in that cute place. So I am digressing a little bit, or maybe future ejecting, but let's come back to the look at actual reality. In 2016, Google played an April Fool's joke on the public by releasing a new VR headset called Actual Reality. And in their promo video, they show it being worn and used for everyday real life. The Actual Reality VR headset had nothing to do with the internet or virtual reality. And we decided to continue this joke and keep teasing with their April Fool's joke. So we are going to pretend right now, today, that real and virtual spaces are one and the same. Here on the stage in front of me, I am resing a box, a blue box. And in this blue box, I think Art's going crazy with the slideshow. We're moving on to the Google Art. But in this blue box, we are sharing with you a copy of our OpenSimulator Actual Reality VR headset, along with a couple of note cards about America Art, which we'll discuss after listening to the commercial. So I'm going to invite you to take a copy of the OpenSimulator Actual Reality VR headset and wear it. You just add it so you can get the full experience as we listen to the original Google commercial. Marcus, okay, we're ready to run the Google commercial, please. It's only a couple of minutes long.
The things that make virtual reality compelling have been with us for tens and hundreds of thousands of years. At its core, it's about storytelling. Everything along the way is a step towards trying to get more immersed in the experience and more immersed in the story. But, we're still putting something between you and the world.
What we really wanted to do was to make something feel real. And so this is the first headset for actual reality.
should I go on? Should I just go ahead and continue or? Yes, okay. Okay, well, the commercial is actually pretty funny. Art is sharing the URL with you. So if not now, maybe when we're done, you can take a quick listen to it. It's pretty funny. So I'm going to come back to our program. So America Art, what is our program all about? Well, the French builder and fractal artist Jim Priez has created a very special environment for America Art. It's a core installation called Terra Elysium. Terra Elysium is an arrangement of 16 rooms by Jim showing fractal art of minerals. It's a really fascinating installation. And the rooms are laid out in such a way that they access one to the next, almost in a circular path. And each room in and of itself really is an incredible art installation. But we're taking it one step farther and we're inviting additional artists, up to 16 additional artists and creative builders to team up with us once again to bring an immersive digital representation of what the theme, the afterlife, means to them. That's a very broad statement. These artists are, in essence, transcending the real world by bringing their real world ideas and visions virtually to us. So each of Jim's fractal mineral rooms will be entered, and a visitor will sit on a chair on a stick and automatically move into one of the 16 environments created by these artists. And the artists will be submitting their work in one of 3 categories: builders, 3D builders, algorithmic art and machines, and real life painters exhibiting in a virtual platform. And for the real life painters, this is sort of new because we're in a pandemic. We're living in the COVIDian era, and art galleries and a lot of museums are not open to the public, at least in America. And so we're trying to show that artists in real life have virtual reality and they can actually do exhibitions right here in virtual. They don't have to rely just on real life for that. So this is a big forward step. And we'll be giving out also 3 major awards: the Masket, which will go to the core builder. And the bronze statue in real life was designed by Canadian artist Brian O, and it will be awarded at the Live Biennale in America, Germany on May 28th, 2020 to a lucky 3D builder. And we also have the Sergio Both Award that'll be given for the algorithmic art, and the Tillo Tallo Award that will be given to the painter. So all the contributions will be also preserved in published art books and in a machinima made by the well-known Wizard Oz Chrome. And then we have future plans for showing and exhibiting this in the Wrong Biennale, which is a virtual Biennale, and also in 2037 at a developers conference. So, at this point, I've already used up all my time. I had more to say, but it goes so fast. And I just want to invite interested artists to please come on over to our booth, which is booth 8, Expo 3 area, and talk to us about perhaps your interest, because right now we are open to accepting. We have about 5 places already filled, but we launched it and we are officially open to receiving applications. We'd love to talk to you about your ideas. And remember, everyone's an artist in virtual, so don't be shy. Other than that, this brings me to the end of my talk, and I want to thank OSCC staff for being such wonderful people, and also to Art Blue. And I guess that's about it. I don't know. Time for questions? Any questions or?
Thank you. Well, I see there's some chat And if there are questions, please get with our presenters after the session. Thank you, Kisma and Art, for such an amazing presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Now, following this session, the next session will begin at 8 o'clock a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Hybrid Tech, How Do I Reach Thee? Let Me Count the Ways. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources on OSCC Expo 2, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our presenters and to you, the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8 o'clock session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called Hybrid Tech, or How Do I Reach Thee? Let Me Count the Ways. Our speaker is James Neville, Sidearm Madonna. James G. Neville is owner of online media service at Development One LLC, Online Presence, and he's a consultant and practitioner in applied online collaboration, virtual reality, and social media. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, please send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC20. Well, welcome everyone. Let's begin the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I look at the sea of electronic presences in front of me. Good day. And welcome to the Hybrid Tech, How Do I Reach Thee? Let Me Count the Ways presentation sponsored by the Open Simulator Conference 2020. A few housekeeping items first. This presentation will be in text as well as voice. And I realize these information displays are a bit dense. For those familiar with using Alt-click or Option-click to zoom in on them, please do so at your convenience. They are also available at our booth to examine more closely and to get more information at your leisure. In today's session, you will learn about hybrid tech through demonstrations of using laptop and mobile devices to access augmented reality, Web 2.0 and Web 3D applications and environments, all from within the Open Simulator environment. You will be invited to see how to use them yourself, for example, to spread the word about your own work and interests. Please hold your questions till the end or type them in chat for follow-up. My avatar name is Sidearm, and as Lear introduced me, I am a practitioner in applied online collaboration. My specialties are systems analysis, online presence, social media, team building, and virtual reality. And my offline avatar is James G. Neville. Desktop, laptop, mobile, AR, MR, VR, XR. All of these technologies are expanding and developing and coming at us all at once. What is an avatar to do? Can humans handle these multiple technologies? In a word, yes. Hybrid tech means combining tools in optimal ways by playing to their strengths and mediating to their weaknesses relative to your use at hand. We are perfectly capable of handling hybrid tech and figuring it out as we go along, with perhaps a little help from our friends. It reminds me of the old story when someone was asked, "Don't you feel humbled, standing on a rotating Earth, orbiting the sun, whizzing through the Milky Way, wandering through the universe?" And they answered, "Not at all. In fact, I'm pretty darned amazing to be handling all this at once." The demonstrations in today's presentation can be done on desktop, laptop, smartphone, SmartPad, even a VR headset if you have one. And after today's presentation, you are invited to explore them and have fun and ask yourself, what could you do with these for your own purposes and uses? The issue is that we have multiple definitions and perceptions of what virtual reality is and its relative importance to real life in the areas of academics, arts, commerce, education, entertainment, government, and knowledge. It is up to us to use our priorities to drive how we use the technology, not the other way around. Usefulness trumps coolness. Hybrid tech means combining tools in optimal ways by playing to their strengths and mediating to their weaknesses relative to the use at the hand. And so today, I present as examples 3 technologies that can be used and blended interchangeably relative to the use at hand. Let me invite you to see how to use them and spread the word about your own work. If I may direct your attention to the large center poster on the stage that I am now sitting next to. Our first demo is QR code technology. What is a QR code? It is that large, blotchy-looking, pixelated square in the upper left. QR stands for Quick Response. A QR code is basically a 2-dimensional barcode. It was invented in Japan in 1984 for vehicle manufacturing tracking. It was inspired by the game of Go, and it is now all over the world. Where have you seen QR codes in everyday use? Starbucks, anyone? May I now direct your attention to the first small placard on the left, where my avatar is now sitting. Has anyone got their smartphone handy? I mean, like right now? If so, you could answer the question, where do these mystery QR codes go? If you're not sure how to find out, perhaps Captain Kirk, Scotty, and Mr. Spock here can help you with your smartphone as soon as they quit arguing about it. Better yet, directing your attention to the next placard, why not make your own QR code? For example, make a scannable link to add to your online resume, or include it in your business card, or in your next conference presentation slide deck. Where might you use your own QR code to share your work? Moving on, let's go back to the center poster where I'm sitting again. Our next demo is AR code. What is an AR code? Well, here it is that blue t-shirt at the lower left. It has white printing on it, but that shirt looks different, completely different when viewed through that smartphone. AR stands for augmented reality, and it is basically looking at the real world using your mobile camera to add a digital overlay. Coined in 1990 by Boeing for aerospace research, AR has since expanded into multiple applications such as gaming, Pikachu, and industrial manufacturing. How many of you, audience response, have a smartphone? Please type yes in chat, or if you're on bingo, yell bingo. How many have a smartphone? Yells bingo. I know, right? A lot of people, something like 80% in the US and Europe, already have smartphones with cameras capable of reading AR triggers. Here come the waves of yeses that can lead to AR online assets. 5 of them, Cyber Serenity says. That's a lot of phones. Let's move to the next first small placard on the right. This demo that Lear is sitting in front of, maybe Lear, could you just move your chair a little bit towards the center or something? There you go. I didn't notice that before. This demo shows how any visual image can be set to act as an AR trigger, which leads to an AR online asset using your smartphone. Do any of you recognize this picture of a librarian and her avatar with books on her head? Who is she? Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody? Anybody? Yes, yes, Lear recognizes, but Lear would. That's right. When this picture is viewed through a smartphone camera with the appropriate AR app, it will give you a pop-up menu with a direct link to her online virtual gallery. And the image, the picture, and the target, the gallery, can be changed at will. Any website, any online presence, any online interactive experience can be reached this way. A lot of yeses there. What if your photo, linked directly to your professional CV or a gallery of your work? May direct your attention to the last placard on the right. Our third and final demo is WebXR. What is WebXR? Well, here it is two pictures, one horizontal and one vertical, of some kind of three-dimensional walk-in space. XR stands for cross reality. WebXR allows seeing the same virtual world across multiple devices and operating systems. This demo shows how you can use a desktop URL or a smartphone QR code to enter an online web world called Frame. The first picture was taken from a laptop. The second picture was taken from a smartphone, yet they are the same room. In Frame, you can upload and display images, videos, 3D models, and 3D animations. You can meet with others and conference there using voice, desktop screen share, and webcam. Frame does not care what device you use to get there. That is WebXR. What if your URL link, QR code, or AR trigger image linked directly to an online 3D walkthrough gallery of your work? The latest book you're writing, the latest results of your research, your current business. And what if you could meet with people there live on an instant's notice? I realize that in this fast-paced walkthrough, there has been little time to try these demos yourselves hands-on. I hope, however, they have piqued your interest. What has caught your attention? All of these interactive placards are on display at booth 21 with clickable URLs, scannable QR codes, and viewable AR image triggers to explore and have fun and learn to use at your leisure. Please visit booth 21 if you're interested in trying the demonstrations further. And with your permission, may I direct your attention to some particular presentations occurring today and tomorrow that I feel are relevant to hybrid tech. These include the sessions today at 1:30 Pacific, which will feature the librarian from the demo. Also, 4:30 p.m., which will feature SUNY Empire, which was my first sponsor for this talk. Also, 5:30 p.m., which is the Vicara XR Symposium, which was my second sponsor for this talk, and we'll be talking further about web worlds. Tomorrow, 12 noon, the Future panel, which will talk about multiple platforms. There's some hybrid tech for you with Mal Burns moderating. And finally, 4:30 p.m., another presentation where I will be with two co-presenters talking about not just blending technologies of devices and platforms, but technologies of process simulation and multimedia communication. The rest of the conference I leave up to you. I'm looking forward to it as much as you are. And this concludes the Hybrid Tech How Do I Reach Thee? Let Me Count the Ways presentation. Did you see ways to use and blend these technologies to spread the word about your work? I would like to thank Lauren Lameau of Bundlar for providing the custom AR demo using the picture of Val Librarian. And I would like to thank all of you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Sidearm. What a wonderful session. Bravo. You know, DJ Phil asks, where is the WebXR APK?
What is an APK? App? Is that what you're asking? You can download the app by using the QR code above Val's picture. Once you download the app, it will work with multiple codes. There's a code you enter for everything. You're welcome.
Any other questions? Please direct them in an IM to our speaker. And thank you for a terrific presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule. Oh, I do see another question from DJ Phil. He says, hey, is that free or open source?
I will refer you to the Bundlar website and Lauren Lameau. She is coming to the conference today, and I will forward your question to her. They are very open to doing test projects together, and Val is featuring this at her Kaching CVL library. If you want to, besides booth 21, also check out the CVL library, and she has some AR books happening.
Wonderful, thank you. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 8:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Senses Places. As we encourage you to visit the OSCC Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo Region 3 to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all 5 of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Sidearm and to you, the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. session of the 2020 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called Census Places. Our panel host is Isabel Valverde. Isabella is a transdisciplinary performer, choreographer, and scholar since 1986 and is joined by her fellow panelists who will produce collaborative performance art or discuss that and dance in participatory mixed reality environments. She is joined by her fellow panelists. Now, please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for the speaker bios, the details of all the sessions, and full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC20. Well, welcome everyone. Let's begin the session. Isabella?
Hello, everybody, and thanks so much for being able to be present and at this conference and participating, contributing. Well, this time, as is the second time, we propose a presentation with this project Census Places, mixed reality participatory performance environment, as it has been changing and taking many forms. I would like to propose a panel with bringing other collaborators or the collaborators from this project throughout these 10 years already of this is like 10 years anniversary, and the title we had actually was changes, but I wanted to much have this kind of the new census places, like towards the new census places. So looking at the future based on the developments throughout all this time, like 10 years, like we being like expanding and like ongoing periodically, like every year at least we do one event, and this is actually the one this year we didn't think to actually engage to the circumstances and all, but so it's very great stimulus to and exciting really to have this platform kind of continue to develop, and we know that it's still in the early stages, but so I'm very excited, and it will be really I think the platform to really go on with the project as you know it can go the thing. So we wanted to like maybe so maybe we have Kai with us, although not in avatar, but she's here. She's in Tokyo. Hi Kai, can you say hi, say something, and like how your interest to be here in this panel, this panel conversation discussion.
Hi everyone, I'm Kae. I'm from Japan. Well, as a dancer, and then also I'm an archivist of Tatsumi Hijikata Buto Archive. I'm very happy to be involved in this project since 2010. And then if I can say or contribute to this panel as a performer, I'm very happy to, it's very honor for me. Thank you for now.
Yeah, so hopefully, like in some situations, I'm trying to kind of remember through the video we're going to pass, and we really like soon will go past already like a series of different situations, and we're gonna talk over them and to refer to aspects of the project throughout these 10 years. Although many will, you know, it's too many to like even we're thinking about actually Yukihiko Yoshida was also to be here, and he responded to the call to participate in this conference too, in the panel, but somehow he couldn't make it. But he's being like greatly proposed like for us to make a film like on census places, like joining all the different aspects that we develop. And so talking about the developing aspects on this project, and I wanted to remind that like the main desire, the main working research interest, and throughout this whole time has been really expanding our physical bodies into the virtual, like having a linked and more holy in a holistic, really like a more complete interaction with our bodies, and somehow not lacking our movement, but being a platform where the avatars can be an expansion of our physical movement. And so that's the main key like brought forward like the project with the Talk Cochrane, especially as a interface designer and specialist in Second Life, to really have like different interfaces that could proportionate this kind of expansion. And I mean, Kai, you could also mention this like how this webcam interface, for instance, kind of was like a breakthrough into this like communication with avatars, with like besides punching keys to play the animations. And this one aspect, and they always like linked to interact with others, not just we with avatars, but avatars with each other, and we with avatars, and like having these avatars of avatars and different media interfacing different modes. So sorry about this. but it's like kind of multidimensional like aspect that we want to like it started to become very like more clear. So we can put the starting with the video like about more the early stages on this like spaces in Second Life, the early spaces. Todd made the video very interesting, like in the very like synthesis of like some aspects. So if we could put the video, that video. So this was like we was working also like when imagining or projecting what kind of space we wanted connected with this project. So very much to do with the mixed reality. So we wanted to have the space
modification.
That will also converse and dialogue with the physical space through media, through streams, and also that you will have like also aspects of the physical world in this virtual world, like, and so it will not be a closed environment, but different simulations, like so simulations of physical. So I don't know what's happening. This sounds doesn't seem like connected.
I don't know, Isabel. I hear dog sounds. So one of the video on the live stream, that's what that's coming from. Your video clip. Please go ahead.
My video clip. Okay, maybe change to another one. Then I cannot see what's going on.
We'll change to another one.
or the elements or the movement inspired from me, I'm inspired from avatar as well. So like like inspiration between avatars and my body are like endless. I'm inspired from the avatar, and then avatar is also taking out the movement from me. And then also, not between me and avatar, there are other participants. So like possibility of the movement is becoming more and more expanding. Do you understand what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I understand, because it's like will be interesting other people. Maybe for the questions, we will wait if some people have some questions on that. But I think for the ones who experiment this interface, it's really, I mean, that's why the project is challenged to develop this more almost like somatic approach, where like, yeah, you take attention and kind of follow what's going on in your body, and as well as some visual or audio, but especially the visual movement of the avatar, and also someone else and other avatars. So it's like also like many like stimulus, as well as our inner like what we sense in our bodies, and as we move and even see ourselves as well. But I think this is one key aspect, I think, on that brings our somatic approach, like either within Buto or like this new dance, contact improvisation, this approach to improvisation, that you are not to make it correct or to kind of imitate this visual format of the movement that you are seeing, but it's like more like this energetic kind of stimulus that is like, actually, if you don't do anything, your body somehow will react, especially if you are attentive to that aspect. That's what we get, as besides the visual, the form of the movement, the form of the body, or their musicality. So I mean, and so this is like really an interesting aspect, that this project like really expands and asks for that mode of interacting with our bodies. So that is really expanding in this aspect. So we are really feeling like the earth, as well as being like in this virtual space. So I mean, I'm more and more seeing these aspects like really like connecting with our like ethereal bodies or astral bodies. I think this is kind of a way that helps, in a way, that connection as well, although I'm recognizing this more lately as we go into this planetary transition. And I'm to like maybe jump now also a bit to like future project investments or activities that I think I already talked with some collaborators, not all. I don't know if I mentioned to you and Yukihiko, Kai, but I think yeah, I did very lightly maybe, but we were thinking to really renew this project into even the virtual space or mixed reality, because it's like a kind of a planet, open planet, like a sphere floating in Second Life now. But we wanted to really work on this platform in terms of expanding the possibility of bringing enabling possibilities that we developed there, but even more in many different domains and different aspects. But this new understanding of our existence that is becoming more clear recently, and it's re-questioning and kind of resetting a new something for this project and everything in our lives, I think. So I think this is I'm very interested in continuing to, because of this moment, and it's like this contribution I mean, it's something that I think it's to stay and even develop because of this, what I mentioned. And then so the space will change. Like now I wanted to have like a sort of like new earth, new sensors, new spaces, new places for this, because it's a new earth, it's a new space. And we have like, we wanted to, we envision like having an inner sphere space, so like inner earth or inner planet and the outside. So you will use more not just the inside but like also outside, and more things connected with each other. And I've seen like these meditations where we go into, inspired by this meditation, where we go and take the earth and bring it to this universe and ask, help it to really augment its vibration, so we all get into this fifth dimension. And so maybe I kind of distill into another encompassing matter, much more global and transitory. But sorry I didn't see any well, if we can extend, will be okay if we could have a little more time. But I just wanted to bring back to like do the project itself. So because this was like a kind of extrapolation into a larger situation or that affects us all, but to really have this envision together, this co-creative, what this project has been contributing to this transition that's happening more now and it's becoming more serious. But this is more, for me, it's wanting to continue to co-create as we have been doing, but even more, like more in this way of expanding our embodiment through these platforms, and then looking for new technologies that are coming there. And this will be maybe at some point kind of gone, but I mean, it will contribute to our link to through other dimensions and other bodies and other connections towards a collective consciousness, and a link that we are not doing with these technologies, so fast, and we are in these bodies, but we can actually be in this, our avatar bodies can, our avatar physical bodies can do this that we are doing in these virtual bodies. So this is just like more philosophical kind of embracing on this project, but I think it actually started this way, continues very strongly, the research and the people involved. So we're looking forward to maybe present a performance, but more towards maybe January, if we could still have the have the support from the grid. And we look forward to really engage now with this exciting, even in this situation of collapse of have this be like the new platform, continue to be the new platforms of this amazing open resource, like it's a collective co-creative general big effort with all these domains and universes to connect, right? So I finish here and apologize for like drifting elsewhere, but I think it's I couldn't miss these references. Okay, sorry, people know.
No, you're good. Now Liz has joined us here on the couch, and I wanted to turn it over to her for a moment. Did you have anything to contribute, Liz, to the panel?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great.
Awesome. Well, just this project, I'm from theater and also dance, sort of peripherally, relating a lot to what Kai was saying, how working with this interface it's actually a relationship. One thing leads to another thing, leads to another thing. So the process is it's so organic. It's what I love about working in VR as well. You know, you res something and it suggests something, and you put a texture on it, and you then interface yourself with it, and so all the ideas that come are like startling sometimes and interesting and new. And in my practice, what I'm really interested in is sort of like this idea of jamming things together, hybrid reality, which this project is really all about. And what I really loved about working on this over the last few years is that it's really so forward focused in that it's almost like a hack of what is now coming down the pipe, which is VR. I'm working in the VR technology as well, the headset technology, which is all about really as a performer or an artist, for me, embodiment. You are so embodied. And working on Senses Places really gave a view into the future. So so for that reason, I found it super fascinating as well. But the extension of the body now turning into actual embodiment for those of you that have been in the VR headsets. So just being a part of that trajectory and that evolution of technology as it relates to how the performer exists in time and space, I have found really fascinating and have enjoyed immensely.
Oh, that's
So that's
great.
my, yeah.
You have a question from Bella Luna. The question is, how can we get involved as avatar performers and dancers?
Well, certainly with Census Places, Isabel would be the one to answer that. But in terms of avatar performance, that is certainly something anyone could start just experimenting with right away, even with animations. But I'll tell you, if you do go into the VR, the headset VR, you're instantly embodied, and performance starts to suggest itself to you. And in fact, in a lot of the VR worlds, if you want to be a performer, you're literally going to be competing with everybody else in the world, because now that you're so embodied, the worlds are even more performative. But it's really just about trying ideas and then talking to Isabel about hooking into Census Places.
Well, that's great. Now, Douglas Carmichael asks a question, who produces the music or the project? And followed on to that is Val Librarian saying, you know, we would love to attend a performance.
Oh, I can say something about the, although I think Liz is also, you can talk about, like, because she's contributing to some, including streams, including like her guitar playing live, including in the performance. So with this different, we had like up to 3 links from Kai in Japan, and then from Liz in at the time was Foundland, and me in Portugal, like in this public space more. But like in the videos I shared, maybe they are in the chat, or I wanted to also share this playlist of Census Places with different contributions, and not all, but we'll be putting more there. But Liz, maybe you can talk about that. I just can say that lately we had also contributions for live, sometimes at the physical live space, and I know different sources, but live musicians and wanting also to contribute online was in Brazil, Jean Souza, principally, but more like noise music, sound, you know, really environmental sound that was really amazing with this project at some point. But and then we want to keep continuing to contribute. So
certainly with us, with our jams, often I've been working out of the Black Bag Media Collective studio, and my collaborator, Mike Kane, is a guitarist. And we've done some really fun pieces with Census Places with guitar, ambient, sort of just improvisation with electric guitar, and then projecting. I love to project. So when I'm often working with Census Places performances, I will run the performance through a data projector so that it's the environment is projected on me, and then the web stream will pick up that, but then I'm able to kind of interact with the environment, and then the sound is live in my space and then coming live through the internet to other people, and then also then picking up other sounds from the other spaces, and it's just a fun experimental way to collaborate with a musician. Something dancers and musicians love to collaborate too. So that's how it's kind of worked for us on our end.
It's very much like what we want. It's like this improvisational, like the performative aspects of different aspects linking and connecting with each other, either different sites, different places in the world, either through media, through avatars, through images. So it's really going to a multidimensional aspects of many senses and environments, and being different places and connecting it all, and being kind of not overwhelmed, but like, wow, this is like you like being part of everything. And so also one of the interfaces that Todd Cochrane developed with this first, we actually, one of the videos we passed was also with the belt, like the, I forget the name of this belt that get the heart rate. It was going to a radio, sound radio online, and you had like a sound that was being altered with this data. So it was really nice, because we had like at some point one of the performance that we had sounds of like arms, and then also like animals, bells in the countryside, and then this will change, like will go very fast or very loud or very quiet. And so this was really nice environment sound, like mixing also our sounding, like the voice and environmental sounds from the outside. So we always like.
That's great. Well, thank you very much. Thanks to Kai, to Liz, and to Isabel for such a fantastic session. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. And following this session, the next session will begin after the break at 9:30 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled In the Swim, using OpenSim to take a dip into history in and along the River Mersey. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region. That's along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our presenters and to the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. session of the 2020 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called In the Swim, using OpenSim to take a dip into history in and along the River Mersey. Our speaker is Graham Mills. Graham is a retired university academic with an amateur interest in the history of Liverpool. He uses OpenSim as an aid to better understanding issues of place and scale in historical contexts. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome again, and let's start the session. Over to you, Graham.
Oh, thank you very much, Olive Tree, and great to be here again. I've historically talked about railways, so this is a very big change for me. I'm going to be talking about swimming and bathing, which are things I think we can all relate to. But in the context of a city that is not far from where I live and which has a lot of history associated with it, namely Liverpool. And you can see Liverpool in the distance on this first slide. I'm going to be talking firstly about the public baths that you can see outlined in red on the top, which is in 1770, and which you can see have long gone by 2020 below. In the 1750s in England, there was a lot of interest in sea bathing, both for recreation and for supposed medical benefits. And in that context, we're talking about, I suppose, the forerunner of things like hydrotherapy. But people didn't really need a lot of encouragement to go to the coast and have fun. But it was a very unfamiliar thing for many people to actually go swimming or dipping into the sea. So here, as I said, you can see Liverpool across the estuary from the Wirral, which is on the other side of the River Mersey. The open sea is to the left as you're looking, and that's also the north. So the first public baths, we don't know when they were actually created, but it was of the order of 1765 that they first appeared on the maps. It's important with Liverpool in particular to realize that the tranquil scene you see here is one of gentle commercial prosperity founded to a large degree on the triangular slave trade. So all is not quite as placid as perhaps you might imagine. I'm going to mention two other baths, which you can see on here. So we have the 1765 baths, another one located actually in the middle of the estuary, dated 1817, and then a final one dated 1934 on the other side of the estuary on the Wirral Peninsula. My amateur interest in history and OpenSim is driven by the notion that by building things virtually, we have a focus that means that perhaps we can derive novel, plausible insights into historical sites, and I call this build to understand. I'm not saying that these narratives are necessarily accurate, it's just perhaps they're ones that people haven't thought of previously. What happens when you go to a particular bath? Can we make some guesses on the basis of what we know, both from the written account and also from images and maps? And we can extend that concept perhaps slightly where sites have been occupied within living memory, as in that most recent bath that I mentioned. then we can talk also perhaps about build to remember and ask whether there is any value in sort of keeping at a community or a personal level the idea of these places now gone but once familiar and much loved in the sort of public memory. Bathing in particular, and I guess we have to distinguish between bathing, which was just kind of simple immersion initially, perhaps for a very short space of time for medical benefits. The idea was just you develop a glow, you don't stay in for any long period of time, against actual swimming. So there are probably two different things here. But we could probably relate to this simply because we got so much personal experience of perhaps learning to swim, good or bad experiences. But at a broader sense, the establishment of swimming facilities, bathing pools, reflects the local municipal development, the balance between private and public investment, the needs of maintenance, and the fact that very often public baths take secondary place to other developments, and hence we see baths falling into disuse and indeed being demolished. So bathing as a public, sea bathing in public became a thing, as it were, in the 1750s or thereabouts, largely on the basis of the fact that there were supposed medical benefits. People needed instruction on how they did this unfamiliar thing. They'd go to the coast, and often they would be introduced to this by so-called dippers. These are the ladies that you can see in the top of the slide, taking perhaps rather self-conscious or timid people and basically throwing them in the water. At the same time, there was a lot of moral panic, as it were, about the fact that men and women were close together and not necessarily wearing much in the way of clothes. And as a consequence, a lot of cartoons and basically sort of legislation almost, as it were, was introduced to try and keep people of different sexes apart whilst they were bathing. In Liverpool, this was a particular problem on the coast, just north of the town, and as a guidebook says, there was a promiscuous throng of sexes and ages in the water that bids as great defiance to decency as it does to calculation of numbers. And the solution to this was really one of introducing the people to the notion of bathing machines. So if you wanted to have some degree of privacy, then you would resort to hiring a bathing machine. And the bathing machines in Liverpool seem to have been branded. They had the names of the proprietor on, and they also had color coding. And I suspect the color coding was brown for men and white for women. And that meant that when the horse took the bathing machine with the person inside getting undressed, as it were, then they were deposited quite distance from one another, so that men and women effectively emerged out of the bathing machine into the water at some distance. They also had numbers so that you didn't mistakenly go back into the wrong machine to be returned to the shore, and of course therein you got dried and dressed again. So if you wanted both comfort and privacy, because this wasn't a particularly nice experience, you're trundling, across the sand and gravel and up and down, it was quite an uncomfortable ride, you could have a private bath in a local hotel, tavern, or indeed coffee shop along the coast. And this association between bathing and consumption of food and drink is something that continues to the present day. You could even hire carriers to get seawater, to deliver water to your house, as it were, and these large casks could be used to fill baths, either water that was heated or not. It was supposed to be better not to be heated. So here are the baths that we saw previously, and they occur, we can see them on the map, and they were handily located just next to a ladies' walk, which was a place that the young ladies could go with their mothers and their suitors and walk quite in public. And there was a staircase built down to the local baths, so that we can imagine that the ladies as well went swimming. And here is a recreation in OpenSim of the ladies' pool and the changing rooms. It was a relatively small pool, about 10 meters by 11 meters, and there were only 3 changing rooms. So the notion was that you didn't necessarily stay in these cold baths for very long, just long enough to get this kind of warm glow, and then you're out again. And as you can see there were also private baths off behind a screen off to the right. And of course, you paid a little bit more for those. So this is the establishment built by Mr. Wright, who lived on what became Bath Street. And the baths comprised a set of, as you can see, small connected pools surrounded by high walls with a stone appearance, presumably filled by the tide or a water carrier if no tide was available. The changing rooms had a nice fire, a mat, a table and a chair, but otherwise were very simple. The big selling point was the fact that you had this wonderful view across the estuary, not only of the Wirral, but beyond of the Welsh hills and mountains. So it was a very pleasant place to go and visit. The council in Liverpool bought out Mr. Wright's ownership and established a new bath on the same site, which incorporated the old site. And no visual record of this exists. So this is my imagination, as it were. But the one thing we are told is that it was 2 stories tall and that it had 5 doors. So I imagine that the 2 doors on either side are for men and women respectively, and the door through the center has some special purpose. As we said, it was accessible from the ladies' walk, which you can see at the bottom left of the slide. Unfortunately, this was flattened very soon afterwards to create an extension of the Leeds-Liverpool Canal, so basically a coal yard. So this is the latter stages of the existence of the swimming pool, the first public baths. We can see the changing rooms here for the men and the women, and some peculiar structures. So for example, we can see screens and a bay, and my guess is that this in fact was an access point for bathing machines when the tide was out, so people could still go and swim out in the estuary, making use of the changing facilities, and perhaps a coffee shop in that block that now joins the 2 changing rooms on the first floor. There were also boats, and it's quite likely that as the estuary got busier, so the boats were used to take people out for swimming further out in the estuary. So this is just a reconstruction of the so it's taking a while to res, of the way in which the baths developed, according to my model at least. So we can see the 2 changing rooms, the 2 pools connected, slight changes. the addition of an additional building, which perhaps are new changing rooms for the men to use, possibly a coffee shop. And then at this stage, the acquisition by the council, this major enlargement of the baths, the provision of baths that are warm as well as cold, and a water tank on the right-hand side that you can see there, and probably a steam engine to pump water for use when the tide was out. And then we can start to think about routes through the building. So we can see the yellow path there, which represents the access perhaps to that central bay where the bathing machine was, and could be used by both men and women in sort of separate parties. And then access points perhaps for the warm baths in blue, for the swimming pool in green, and perhaps even for the general public to the coffee shop shown in red. Okay. Now, as I said before, the problem with all this is the time marches on, and a new dock was built on the site of the first baths. New baths were established in 1829, but there was a whole gap of a dozen or more years during which there was no swimming facility. As a consequence, they moved instead to a floating bath in the middle of the river, which perhaps some of you can see floating around the stage as we speak. And the notion that this was actually a private initiative, this was primarily for gentlemen. It had its own social culture, as it were. They held swimming races there, and I say you could swim both inside and also off the structure. Eventually, it was too much of a hazard for the waterway and had to be removed. The very final one that I'm going to talk about briefly is one that's still under development, and this is the new Brighton Baths, opened in 1934 as the finest pool in the world, capable of accommodating 2,000 swimmers and 10,000 seated spectators, but closed following storm damage in 1990. In wonderful Art Deco style, this is the cafe, yet again this continued association with consumption of food and drink. And it was also open in the evenings, floodlit, and as I say, it must have been an absolutely wonderful place, particularly when it's new. So just to conclude, hopefully I've demonstrated that OpenSim can provide a window onto location-based historical detail and context. It encourages us to look at locations in a different way, and I think it has additional value in that regard as a consequence. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Graham, for a fantastic presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 10 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Facilitating Content Production and Consumption in 3D Virtual Worlds, Lessons Learned. Also, we encourage you to visit the OASCC 20 Poster Expo in the OASCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OASCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OASCC Expo regions. Thank you again for our speaker and the audience.
live. We are live.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. session of the 2020 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called Facilitating Content Production and Consumption in 3D Virtual Worlds, Lessons Learned. Our panel host is Ramesh Sharma Ramlal, and he's joined by fellow panelists John Mela, Sue Caxton, Andrew Hellershanks, Anne Nowak, and Ludovic Lotowa. Ramesh is currently the CEO of Deep Semaphore LLC, an e-learning and simulation solutions company. John Mela, software programming lead, module design, quality control, and documentation. Andrew Hellershanks, backend guru, and Nowak education specialist, and Ludovic Lotowa, app designer and lead 3D modeling artist. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. So welcome again, and let's start the session. Over to you, Ramesh.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Olive Tree. The name pronunciations were perfect. I love it. Thank you. All right. So for today's talk, so we're going to talk about facilitating content production and consumption in 3D virtual worlds. I will share a few of the lessons that we learned, and and then hopefully we'll have interesting questions that we will try to address. Okay, so Olive Tree did a good introduction of everyone on the team, and I just need to highlight, the main roles. John is our, main developer, and Sue is always there to keep an eye on us so that we don't, do too many crazy things and keep us in check. And Andrew is the god of the backend stuff. So actually we have our own grid, but we are currently deploying a lot of our stuff on Kitely, mainly because, for operation and marketing reasons. Then we have Annabelle, who is a subject matter expert, and we learn a lot from what the subject matter experts need, and she keeps us aligned to these goals that teachers face on the ground, again, so that we don't just fly off and build things on our own. And then Lido is our star 3D modeler and texture artist, and when we want something to be made in any objects, we just ask for his help, and he will just go and let us and do the design. So I will ask John to do the next leg. We thought that we would show a brief video clip just to set the scene, because we need like a background that, just to anchor the presentation. And John, you can launch well, we will, I think the best way for us to do it is to type I will do this. So let me find the URL of the video, and I'm going to paste it in chat so that you get to watch the clip, okay? And once you are done watching it, it's a very small clip, we can actually, proceed and continue with the presentation. And John will take over after the video clip.
Hello, John Mellor here. Today we're going to look at the Square Rooms app from Resmela. Behind me, you can see a building made using Square Rooms. It's assembled from modules, each module being a room or other building section. Here are some examples of modules. Now let's look at creating a building. This is what the app looks like when you drop it onto the ground. A blue box and a small square of concrete. Click the blue box and the Resmela HUD will load. This gives you 5 buttons: File, Create, Clear, Settings and Finish. We're going to click Create. You can see now that it's given us a list of categories of objects it has in its library. We're interested in the Layout Tools category, so we click that. Now we see a list of layout objects that we can use to get started. Let's click on the 32-metre grid. The HUD changes to show the 32-metre grid's details. Now we can place the grid by clicking on the concrete square. And straight away, a grid appears where we clicked. This will form the base for our building. Now let's create our first room. To do this, we want to back out of the 32-metre grid, which we can do by clicking the back arrow here. This takes us back to the Layout Tools category. If we click the back arrow again, we can see the top level categories of objects. We're going to add a square room to our scene, so we click the Square Rooms category. This gives us 4 subcategories: lower, upper, connectors and garden. The lower category has rooms that are suitable for the ground floor of buildings, so that's what we want here. Now we can see 7 different types of room. Some have balconies, some have stairs, and there are different numbers of exits, or doorways. We're going to use the Stairs to Exits room, so let's click that. We now get a larger picture of this room, and we're ready to create one. To do that, we click anywhere on the grid. And the room appears, centred on the clicked point. This is a good time to point out that you can only place objects on either the concrete base, as we did when we placed the grid, or on other objects in the app, as we've done with the room on the grid. In this picture, we can place objects on the grid or on the room, but not on the snow, trees, etc. Those are from another Resmela app, which at the time of making this video is not yet available for sale. Another thing that's useful to know is what happens when you sign out of the app. You can do that either by clicking the blue button or by selecting Finish from the main menu. Also, if you log out or teleport to another region, you'll be signed out of the app automatically. I'll click Finish here. Watch what happens. The HUD goes away, apart from a small button we'll look at in another video. Also, the grid disappears, since we're no longer making changes to the app and have no use for it. If I sign in again by clicking the blue box on the app base, the grid reappears and so does the HUD. we're ready to make some more changes. Now let's add an upper story room on top of the existing room. We go back into the Create menu, select Square Rooms, then Upper for rooms that are suitable for upper stories. Let's add stairs, stairwell, 2 exits. As you can see from the picture, there's a rectangular hole in the floor of this room which can connect with the stairway of the ground floor room. Now we could just click anywhere on top of the room we have already and that would place the second room on top. But remember, rooms are placed centred on the point you click. To help us line this room up precisely, there is a small target in the middle of the roof of the first room. Let's zoom closer. If we click on the centre of the target, the new room will appear there. And here it is, precisely positioned. However, as you can probably see, it needs to be rotated 90 degrees so that the stairs line up between the 2 rooms. To do this, first we need to select the room that we want to rotate. To select an object in a Resmela app, you need to long click it, that is, press and hold the left mouse button for a second or two. The room will glow slightly when it's selected, and the menu on the HUD will change to the Selected Object menu. On that menu are various things you can do with the room. In this case we want to rotate it, so we select the Rotate option. Now we're given the choice of the rotation we want to apply. To rotate it 90 degrees clockwise, we can select plus 90 degrees. The stairs now line up precisely. To deselect the room and return to the previous menus, we can use the back arrow on the HUD or simply click the room. Next, let's add a room to the left of the room downstairs, where there's a side door. Again, we want this room to line up accurately, and to help with that, there's a small target. So we select another room from the lower category, no stairs to exits, and place it on the target. And we rotate it minus 90 degrees so that the doorways line up. Now let's go to the garden category and select Gazebo 1 Exit, clicking the target to place it. Finally, let's add 4-sided railings from the same category to finish off our building. All we need now is some furniture. For this we don't need to worry about targets or precision. Just select the object from the HUD and click to place. Rotate if necessary. You can remove unwanted objects by selecting them and selecting Remove. and you can move them around using the various options in the nudge menu. I hope this has been a useful introduction to square rooms. Please see the description below for more information. And now, goodbye from me and the team at Resmela, and happy building.
What? Can you continue with the next few slides and describe the basic anatomy and things like that, and then I will take after that. Ask me to move forward to change the slides when you're ready.
Hello there. Today I'd just like to touch upon the inner workings system. It's capable of...
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Sorry, I've been in contact with...
Yes, so after the slide presentation, I think John can continue and start talking about the other slides.
Having audio problems now.
John, it appears that your volume is a little bit low. So just let me know.
Is this better?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to touch on the inner workings of the system. And we've seen the Square Rooms app, and in the coming months we'll be seeing more and more diverse apps coming out that use features that we've not seen here. It's a pretty complex system. And naturally, when you get something of this complexity, especially when like this, it's written in LSL, with the benefits and drawbacks that has, it's necessary to divide it into sections. And I just want to sort of briefly touch on that to give people an idea of what they're actually getting and how it works. So this diagram shows on the right there is the part that we saw on the screen. The actual user HUD that pops up on their viewer, and that communicates with a controller script inside the application itself. And the HUD is actually a very basic thing. All it does is take textures, as you can see there, the buttons, file create, and so on. It's all on the texture. It takes that, puts it on a prim, and then does a lot of caching to make sure that you don't see textures loading. So the HUD controller actually decides what's going to go on the HUD, and that is independent of the Resmela application itself. So we could hook the HUD up to other applications if that was necessary at some point in the future, and then the application itself on the left is the basic engine of the whole thing, the sort of the meat of the system, and that communicates with the controller to say what the user says, but it does all the resing and everything in itself. And so if we can get the next slide, let's see what makes up the application. And yes, Phil, we really have found ourselves up against some limits of OpenSim here, especially regarding performance and high volumes of data.
It's been an interesting journey. And Selb is right. You can add objects. I mean, here we see the parts of the system. These are all linked together. These are all part of the same object. And at the top, we see something that we didn't see in the video, which is the modules. And these are objects that contain the different objects that are resident in worlds. So, for example, there's one there for the square rooms, holding the rooms themselves. There's another for the furniture, and one for the text tools, I said there, and various other things. And these are actually independent. These could be linked and unlinked and swapped between different apps. And in fact, the two apps that we have on sale at the moment, which is Square Rooms and the Meloblocks app, share one. They both have the layout tools. And the idea is that going forward, we can anybody can create these modules. You can, if you're, for example, a furniture manufacturer and you want your furniture to be available to ResMelo users, you can put it into a module, a bit of configuration, and then release it as a product, and you can link it in, and you can share it. You can have whatever distribution rights you like on it, and it's completely independent in the sense of being a repository of objects. And the bottom left there, it says the list of the scripts involved, which is these all work together to make everything happen. One of the problems we have is there is an awful lot of code involved here. I mean, the main engine at the top there itself is 4,600 lines of code. And we have separated out as much as we can into different scripts. And I won't go into detail for each of those. And all of this is used. I mean, we see there, for example, the environment handler, which deals with things like day-night cycles and water levels and things like that, which we haven't used in any app that we've released yet. And I hope that gives you an idea of what's inside the thing that you've just seen. And I'll hand you back to Ramesh now. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, John. That was just fantastic. A very good summary of everything that goes into the system. Yeah, what we showed you is just really the tip of the iceberg, really, because we have built into the system a lot of functionalities that take care not only of facilitating production, but also consumption side, where many of these objects can be viewed, navigated easily, or can be viewed from specific angles through the HUD itself. So you could teleport into any building anytime you want without having to spend a lot of time finding it, etc. But we have to keep things simple. So I will move to the next slide and come to a very simple example that shows some metrics that would help pin down things very concretely, okay? So in this example, just imagine that you have a subject matter expert, a teacher who wants to set up a museum display, about the recent human endeavor to reach Mars. All of us know there's a lot of activity going in that space, and especially kids are very much interested in that topic. So as a teacher, you say, hey, let me look at my schedule. Ah, okay. I've got only 10 hours I can spend on this. Okay, this is like the only a big constraint, whatever you do. So you have the choice of spending, a lot of time on creating the museum and all the stuff that needs to go in it. And out of those 10 hours, let's say you can spend 9 hours doing that. And the rest of the time, that's all the time left that you have to find all these different pictures and text and information that you want to add to your, to your virtual museum. So one thing to keep in mind, the time available to teachers is very, very constrained, okay? So our job was to try to make sure that they spend more time on subject matter content rather than spending time on creating the virtual learning spaces. So in this example, that we will get a few snapshots. I created, for example, 40 images. That's the number of displays that I had. I had around 50 text blurbs and titles. I have to say that the quality of these images and text is far better than what we are seeing normally in OpenSim, because we did a lot of work to make sure that the resolution is really good. The second thing is the number of buildings that I would need. I said, okay, well, for my class, I need only 2 floors, and then I had a separate app that took care of the landscape around, and and I just used the same app. We call these apps just to put the seating arrangements. Okay, so if we look at the table, just to summarize what I just said, okay, so you have the first 2 columns. You have the time to create the environment, that is the environment that's going to contain the subject matter content. And the second column is about the time to gather, organize, and import information, and how many hours normally that takes. So without our tools, it would take an estimated 9 hours to create the environment, and estimated 1 hour left to collect all your pictures, text, etc., and organize it in a way that you want. But with the tools, within 1 hour, even that is an overestimate. Okay, I'm just trying to be as generous as I can. You create the environment, and then you're left with 9 hours to find your pictures on the web and enter the text. Remember, in our case, you don't need to do all the texture importing, cutting, and pasting. We have a workflow that I'm going to blog about and write about, so that you find that it's very quick. You just see a picture, capture it, put the URL in, and bang, you have your display and your images and everything. Okay. And then we thought that we can further make things still faster, and that's the last row. And how do we make that happen? If, as a teacher, you create like a little museum in a way, and you organize the furniture, the displays, the screen in a certain way, you can save this as a template, okay? And this template is just a note card. Another teacher with the same app, they will just take the template and use it. So now, even the 1 hour that you need to create the environment is gone. Now you just need to find your pictures and add it to your space. So this is like just a few snapshots of that environment and showing you inside. So all the trees outside and the mountain that was created by a landscape app, and all these different apps I'm mentioning follow the same principle that John just explained. It's just one application, but each app has a different set of modules, and with both static and interactive content. So I'll just go through those different slides here. In this picture, where you can see the white grids all over the place, all these have snap to grid functionality. So if you want to align your pictures properly, precisely on a screen, it's very easy. You can just click your objects and not be very careful about where you click, and it's going to position everything automatically very precisely. So that's the one thing, and the same thing holds for furnitures and things like that. All these furnitures are scripted. Obviously, you don't need to fiddle with any scripting. The board at the background is just like a web browser, but it's fully functional. It's got, you can collect all the bookmarks that you collect actually can appear as objects, like the little books in the rack on the left that you can place and organize. Just to give like an overview of these different facilities. So one thing I've noticed that when you take the approach of looking at the world and breaking it down into smaller parts, and then hoping that you can use these smaller parts to reassemble them and in order to create more creative things, you might actually see on the right picture here of the slide that there is a little coffee table. But if someone with a keen eye will find out that all this coffee table is actually made up of other furniture tables that I just shrunk and put it here. It took me like maybe 30 seconds. to make that furniture table. It's just that how creative you can be in reusing those parts is up to you. And it's just think about what we are offering. It's like we are creating, like, you know, you had WordPress, for example, for creating websites, and you have people creating, you know, lots of example templates for websites that they can reuse. But it's similar. I mean, it's similar. We have first facilitated content production. Secondly, made it easier to navigate and see these objects. We didn't have time today to talk about snap to view, snap to, or jump to place, etc. That we presented last year. But you can see how we addressed, you know, both ends of the spectrum, production and consumption. And this is just to give you an example of the wide range of buildings that you can create. So anyone using our application, they can create their own scenes, and they are free to put it on the market and sell it, you know, and any other person will just buy these note cards and reuse it, okay? So for the video clips, that the one that John showed, if you look at the channel, there are many other cases, many other many use cases that we describe. I personally use, for example, the MailerBlocks applications to make my main presentations. In fact, for my talk tomorrow, that video is already up there, and I'm going to talk about the more philosophical underpinnings of what we are doing here right now. So I think what I'll do here, I'll leave, I'll take a pause here, and we'll take, you know, like feedback and questions, any questions that you have, and we'll try to answer them. So while you gather your questions, I can describe a little bit about the various kind of modules that we have. We have one module, for example, for NPCs. We have a module for another, you know, types of buildings that is even faster than what you just saw with what John just presented. We have a lot of you know, more advanced snap to grid that you can, you know, it's very easy. So if anyone wants to create like a big, a really large museum, they wouldn't even need to look and have high camera skills to find how to adjust things. And it's practically snap to objects. So basically just imagine, you know, you have these huge Lego blocks that you can assemble very quickly together without having to bother with a lot of the viewers tools. I'm going to read the questions in the chat as they appear. So was there anything that you want me to explain in terms of productivity gains when you know, for subject matter experts? I imagine there might be a lot of teachers in this space. So I think I see John is addressing a lot of the questions already. So there are a lot of you know, we have our trajectory really very clear to us, and there's a lot of work to be done, especially for creating and adding more modules. And these tasks don't necessarily involve a lot of they practically don't involve any coding at that level. We just need people who want to maybe sell their objects to us so that we can use them to create new modules. We are very much interested in high quality non-player characters because we have modules that could, that could use them as well, so that somebody could have an app that would allow them to pop out non-player characters, and these can be moved and placed on the various furnitures. You can use that for machinima, you can use that for storytelling. So it's pretty much a wide range of applications. In fact, for my presentation tomorrow, you'll actually find in practice how I use one of our apps to support my talk. And really the challenge here for us is to really try to make a space that balances both productivity and social functions. I keep saying that because if there is no reason for people to come in a 3D world to do more than just watching a screen and watching text chat, they won't come. And I think that this is an issue that a lot of designers have faced, and it's a very crucial one. Okay, so there are many reasons why you have alternative technologies from video conferencing, and even other domains which are not really 3D are really thriving in this space as far as connecting humans. But for some reason, for virtual worlds, it's still not there. And I believe that it's important that we spend a lot more time, creating opportunities for people to find a reason to go to 3D worlds. And there are only two ways for doing it. One is by providing a space where they can actually do a job better in the 3D environment than outside. And the second one is, it's the social aspects. And even for that one, I guess it's kind of hard, because even if you go down the higher fidelity route that many have tried and failed, it seems that it's very hard to beat the cheapest solutions regarding emotional connections through simple video conferencing. Okay, so I'm still having like a parallel chat here, and I see that there are a lot of people. Oh, let me talk a little bit about how we connect the virtual world aspects of actually developing applications for the virtual world, and the dev team of OpenSim. The one thing that we hope will happen is increase the conversations between application builders and dev builders, because there's a lot of times where we, if we want, if you a number of things, when we develop full-blown applications at that level, inevitably we always hit the nitty-gritty parts of the underlying OpenSim systems, and I think that what we need at the higher levels, if there's an easier way for those needs to percolate down, so that the developers can help us more, I think that will really help, because we are very, very close to we have the opportunity to be close to the users and also close to the developers. So we are building that middle layer that we think is missing. I will pause right now, because I think I'm going to talk for too long. And if you have any questions for the others, please feel free to ask them. So one thing that you should realize about designing and implementing productivity tools, it's always about speed, and it's always about how much time saving happens. Okay, so so that's all our what we aim for. And let me tell you, I am a super builder, and I prefer to use my tools only because I save vast amount of time. Tomorrow I had my talk for talking a little bit at the end about why we are doing what we are doing. And the first thing I went to the MelaBlocks app, because that was the app that I find as the easiest way for me to capture like a stream of consciousness and build like a new way of presentation. And it's only because of speed. So if I were to use my building skills through the viewer, I can tell you I would have spent 10 more times. I mean, instead of spending, let's say, 1 hour, I would have spent a lot more time just to create the same thing. So yes, so that's pretty much, I guess, what I had to tell you guys for this session. So please reach out to us if you have the skills or the time or the resources, and and people who have collaborated with us always end up happy. All right. Okay, so I'll go quiet for now. I think I probably run out of gas. So
Thank
if you
you
have
very much. Thank you very much, Ramesh, and to the panelists for a terrific session.
All right, guys.
As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 11 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled State of the Open Simulator Community. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout of the OSCC Expo regions. So thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Whoa, where'd my hair go? Well, I should not have fiddled with anything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called State of the Open Simulator Community. Our speaker is Maria Korolov. Maria Korolov is a published author and covers artificial intelligence for CIO Magazine and cybersecurity for CSO Online. She is also the editor of Hypergood Business since 2009. During her 20 years as a journalist, she's run a business news bureau in Shanghai, covered wars in the former Soviet Union, and has written about local politics for the Chicago Tribune. But none of that prepared her for covering Open Simulator, which has been both intensely frustrating and infinitely enjoyable. And today, she'll talk to us about Open Simulator. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I love being at this conference every year. And as you can see this year, my hair is quite a bit longer. It's the pandemic hair because I haven't been able to get to the hairdresser. And it looks pretty much the way it does in real life. So, yay. Um, uh, let's see. We're going to be talking today about the Hypergood Business statistics that we collect every year and every month in our database. So, and that's located at hypergoodbusiness.com. In case any of you don't know it, it's an online blog. We've got probably a couple of hundred contributors, more than 3 million visitors over these past 10 years. And every month we publish a stats report about OpenSim statistics. And so you can go online to get it. And my email is maria@hypergoodbusiness.com. I've posted it in local chat earlier. If you have any story suggestions, or if you want us to cover something, or if you would like to contribute an article, opinion, essay, review, travel log, or if you want to run a free ad. All our ads are free. We have free ads for all OpenSim community events, grids, anything at all OpenSim related. So do come check us out if you haven't yet. And today I'm going to be talking about specifically the stats that we do every year. And last year the stats were down across the board, but this year they have gone up, possibly because of the pandemic. In our database, we've had over 400 grids that were active at some point this year. And in these grids, we count public grids, grids that have public websites where you can create an account, or grids that are accessible via the hypergrid and post events, announcements, so people can come in and visit them. So this is not somebody's individual grid that they run at home and don't tell anybody about, or a closed company grid, because, well, first of all, it's not really a benefit to our readers to know about those grids, but also there's no way for us to find out about those grids. In OpenSim, anybody can run a grid behind their firewall or at home for free without telling anybody, and there is no way to track those numbers. And by some earlier estimates, this hidden dark metaverse is like several times bigger than the known metaverse of known public grids. So OpenSim is a pretty decent sized platform. It's a niche platform, but it's not as small as sometimes we think it is. So The hypergrid is still huge. There is only one major grid that's not accessible to the hypergrid, and that's tag. About 92% of all active users in OpenSim live on hypergrid enabled grids and travel between grids. And 97% of all land area is on the open public grids. And that's generally because hypergrid enabled grids tend to be less expensive than the closed commercial or proprietary grids. So the average cost of land in OpenSim this year, by the way, it's not on the slide, but I happen to know it off the top of my head, is $15 a month for a standard size region. That's equivalent to like a Second Life region in terms of prims and capacity. $15 a month. And there's half of all grids rent those regions at less than $15 a month. You can get a lot of land in OpenSim really inexpensively. And that's also not considering the fact that some grids offer variable sized regions. So you can get your region spread across a lot of land area, 2x2, 4x4, 8x8, and even bigger for the same price. So that is an awesome new technology that's really, really spread across the hypergrid and become kind of like default table stakes for grids this year. So our users, as you can see, they went down a little bit. The regions went down a little bit in 2019, and they've gone up again in 2020. And so where's our users? Here's our users. And the same thing happened with our active users. They went down last year, they went back up this year. Now that just could be natural growth, or it could be because of this huge, horrible pandemic that happened this year. And I'm going to be talking about this later. Last month, we did our annual OpenSim grid survey, where we asked people to rate the grid that they're on. Now, with 400 grids out there, we weren't asking people to compare grids because nobody's visited all 400 grids. So we asked people just to rate their own grid. So, on average, people liked the grid they were on. We had about 250 people vote this year. And Kitely was the grid that most of our respondents spent most of their time on. That's the grid that they rated, followed by OS Grid, Craft, DigiWorld, Discovery, and Tranquility, and a whole bunch of other grids. And this is the grids people visited, because all the grids that I mentioned are hypergrid enabled grids, which means that people can easily travel to another grid. In order to go to a non-hypergrid enabled grid, they would have to create a new account. So we also asked people what other grids that they've been on, and OS Grid obviously is in the lead. It's the oldest grid, it's the biggest grid, it's a nonprofit that allows people to connect home-based regions for free. So if you have a home computer and an internet connection, you can have your own land for free in OpenSim, as much of it as your computer can support. And usually you can support like a 4-region little space pretty easily on a typical home computer, and you can support a handful of simultaneous visitors on a typical home connection. So this is a really, really good deal if you have a couple of friends and you want them to visit you and you want to have land on a big major grid. OS Grid has a very easy region installer that you can use, and you just spin up a region, and there you are, free virtual land online that pretty much all the OpenSim users can access. And OpenSim users love their grids. 95% of our respondents said that they would absolutely recommend their grid to others. And that's up from 91% last year. There were some unhappy people last year. And hardly anybody said definitely not. It was like around 2%. So whatever the grids are doing, the major grids that people were rating, they're doing it pretty well. We also asked grids to be scored in various categories, including content, community, support, and technology. So you can see that the grids that got the most votes, how they did. So Terra Nova did very well this year, which is a smaller startup grid that people had to write in their vote for it. And Utopia Sky also did very well. And not surprisingly, Kitely did well as well. Now, you might see that OS Grid is a little bit further down here in this, but that's to be expected because, as I said, people sign in with home-based regions, and every home computer connection is different. So the regions might not be up all the time. It might not be that stable. It might not be that fast. And also the grid's a nonprofit run by volunteers. So tech support can be a little uneven depending on, how the volunteers feel that day because they're volunteers. So it rates a little bit less than some of the other bigger commercial grids, but that doesn't mean that it's a worse grid. It just means that they do more for people with less staff and at a scale that nobody else sees in OpenSim. Now we asked people specifically about technology, and Mobius, Terra Nova, and Utopia Sky got excellent scores. Mobius Grid is an innovator grid. They're dedicated to gaming. It's one of the focus of their grids. And they were some of the first to roll out some new features like Globit payments. They were in the lead for that, and some of the other new experimental features. And their users are noticing. Terra Nova and Utopia Sky also hit perfect scores for support and content. Again, these are smaller grids, so it's easier for a smaller grid to really devote a lot of time and attention to their residents, and it's harder to do it for a larger grid. It doesn't. So keep these statistics with a little bit of grain of salt there. As grids get bigger, it doesn't mean that they get worse. It means that it's harder for them to do all these things. And again, Terra Nova had a perfect score for community, followed by Mobius and Tranquility Grid. And we asked people how many other grids they've been to. Now, keep in mind that this is based on how many grids people remember visiting. And so like me, for example, I've probably visited hundreds of grids. But if you're to ask me to name the grids I've visited, I could probably name maybe a dozen before I just give up. So the people who submitted our survey were asked to name the other grids that they visited. On average, they've been to 4.5 different grids in addition to the grid that they lived on. So the OpenSim is definitely a community. Once people figure out how to use the OpenSim viewer and they get in for the first time, then they look around, they travel to other grids, they explore the hypergrid, and that for me is very encouraging because I like to think of this as a metaverse. This is like the internet compared to the walled garden that AOL had, right? This OpenSim is the World Wide Web, and Linden Lab is AOL. So that's kind of how I went into it, thinking about it 10 years ago. And I kind of still think that way, except that OpenSim hasn't quite taken off the way the World Wide Web has. But that's a topic for a very different, much longer discussion. I also want to talk about some of this year's biggest news stories before we go on to answering some questions. So first of all, the pandemic. User counts went up in OpenSim in the spring, and then they went up again a lot in the fall as people stayed home during the pandemic. And in fact, in May, Linden Lab announced that they were having trouble getting enough server capacity to create all the new Second Life regions that people wanted, which I guess is a nice problem for them to have, especially considering that they haven't had a lot of issues with growth in the past few years. We had several grids open and close this year, and some grids did both. So the Great Canadian Grid closed last winter. There were, technical issues and funding issues, and then the owner got sick with coronavirus in March and ended up in a hospital. That grid came back up in October, and they're trying to recover operations. And it's a disputed question as to how well they're going to be able to recover, but they're going to need help if that's something that you're interested in. If you have a personal feeling for the Great Canadian Grid, it had a very strong supportive community for several years. It's one of my shining examples of one of the benefits of OpenSim. You can take a community, like a community in Second Life or a community somewhere else online, and you can bring them into OpenSim and create a grid for them. And you can do it really inexpensively and just unleash their creativity and unleash the group community feeling. And that's something that I've seen happen with many different groups. And it continues to happen. We will talk about this with the creativity panel later on this afternoon, how other groups are also coming to OpenSim and taking advantage of it and building communities. Oh, and the other big dramatic open and closing thing was AviWorlds. And I do want to summarize this. This is really funny because yesterday I got a bunch of notes from Alex Pomposelli about his new grid shutting down again. So AviWorlds has been around for a long time, has been officially closed like more than a dozen times. Lots of drama, lots of business models. People call it the yo-yo grid. It's a nightmare for residents. Great fun for journalists, of course, to cover this, but not so much fun if you have property on the grid and it just disappears with no warning, and everything's shut down, and all the social media sites are shut down. You can't communicate with anybody. This is not how you close a grid, folks. By the way, give people notice, at least a month's notice, to collect their content, figure out another home, prepare for like everything they need to prepare. If you can't give people a month's notice, you're just going to leave a bad taste in everybody's mouth, and you're going to have a really hard time working on your next project, which is what happened with Alex Pomposello. Every time he closes and reopens, it gets harder and harder for him to get any traction because of his bad history with the previous incarnations of the grid. So this spring, he sold it to a former business partner, Josh Bohm, who has been running it very successfully and steadily and reliably ever since. But of course, Alex couldn't let that go, so he launched his own grid, Virtualville, to big fanfare, lots of promises, shut that down again, relaunched it as Avitron, again, new business model, lots of promises. And then yesterday, people are telling me that he shut it down again. And I talked to Alex, and yeah, he's like, oh, I can't do it, real life. So which means it'll probably be up again as under a new name and a new incarnation tomorrow. Meanwhile, he says he's helping Josh Bohm out with the old grid, AviWorlds. I hope he doesn't interfere too much in its operations. And then for me, this is the last bit of news before we open it up to questions. So for me, the sad thing was that Google has abandoned VR. No, not completely, but it looks like they're really scaling back. They ended the Daydream headset, which was my favorite phone-based headset. They ended Expeditions, which was a school project where they gave out a bunch of headsets to schools. Millions of students visited destinations of virtual reality. That's been shut down. Nobody knows what's going to be instead of it. They shut down their Poly 3D model system. and nobody knows what's going to happen next with their VR stuff. We don't know what's happening with Apple's VR stuff. They're investing in VR and AR, but we're not really seeing anything happening. So the only real work that's actually taking place with VR right now is the Facebook Oculus ecosystem, which is a very closed proprietary kind of platform. And so that's disappointing to me, because I do want to see an open metaverse with standards. And one thing that Google does is they do make their platforms like Android more or less open. So not necessarily like 100% open, but close to it. So and there's nobody gearing to be the next one. High Fidelity has basically in effect shut down its operations for all intents and purposes. So
Okay.
yeah. And that was it. That was the last slide.
Okay. Well, we've got just, I think we're allowed a minute or so here. There's just one question, if you can answer it very quickly. Michael Christopher asked very early on if there's any idea how many unlisted grids there are in the metaverse.
No, because there's really no way to know. For a while, the OpenSimulator project was counting downloads. But like a big organization could download it once and then install like 1,000 different grids, for all its students or whatever, or somebody could download it and not install it. But they stopped tracking downloads in any case, so that's a moot point. And then once I did a talk to some hosting providers to see what percentage of their business customers were running in private mode versus public mode. And that's where I got the numbers that the hidden metaverse is several times bigger than the public one.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
again, no concrete data. And then DreamGrid also publishes their list of all their installs, and they have several thousand. So again, that's also bigger than the public one, but that's again a small segment of the whole OpenSim ecosystem.
Okay. Well, thank you. We're out of time. So thank you, Maria, for that very informative OpenSimulator update. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session is a meal break, and the next session will begin at 12:30 p.m. in this keynote region entitled What Future for Immersive Social Spaces panel. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the Real Gallery and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and to our audience.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to this year's OpenSim Community Convention. The year that time forgot, 2020. Oh, well, it hasn't yet. Okay, this is, well, it's a sort of panel, but it's more of a sort of general conversation about the future. My name, as you probably know, is Mal Burns. I host Meta World News and the In-World Review, which we film from here. But this year has been a rather strange one, as everybody I think knows. Firstly, we've had, well, possibly as a result, we've had the COVID virus going around the whole world, that is, which has had a distinct effect on the number of people and spending time online and the amount of time they spend online. So one of the things I think of interest at the moment is to get an idea of the future in terms of what has happened as a result of the pandemic. The other thing that I think is a major issue at the moment, and I know my guest and many other people are aware of this, is it's almost as if we've suddenly seen the rise of a whole load of newcomers on the scene, probably as a result of the pandemic. Some good, some bad, but almost newbies in many ways. Obviously, there are established platforms like this around, but what is curious is, for example, that a year ago, the name Skype was almost ubiquitous. It's now Zoom. What happened? It's like the whole world suddenly forgot Skype and moved to Zoom. Which of course is online socialization, although hardly virtual, so to speak. Anyway, to discuss all this and more, I'm joined basically by Kent Bai, who's the host of a program called Voices of VR. Welcome, Kent.
Thanks, Mal. Thanks for having me here. It feels great to be able to get into OpenSim. Yeah, I've been sort of covering the virtual reality field since like May of 2014, and kind of consider myself like an oral historian trying to track the evolution of the medium. Obviously virtual worlds have been around for a lot longer than 2012 to 2014 when VR started to come up in the scene. So it's interesting to be here just to see all the different levels of the user interface that I'd say is more web based than VR based. If the same interface was in VR, it'd be hard to read the text and it'd be very overwhelming to someone who's sort of embodied. So yeah, this combination of embodiment and these different degrees of presence. This year in particular, I've been paying a lot of attention to the future of virtual gatherings and virtual conferences, especially with the dimension of virtual reality and what does virtual reality really add to that. And I see that there's a bit of a fusion of taking a little bit of the teleconferencing, a little bit of the Zoom. There's certain dynamics that you have in this type of virtual environment that is a little bit more text-based or 2D on the web. So yeah, just trying to figure out the affordances of each of those and how they all fit together, because I think that's, if there's any one trend, it's a kind of the mashing together of all these different affordances and how do we kind of reach this perfect combination of everything. And I think we're still pretty far away from sort of finding that good sweet spot of trying to draw on the affordances of everything. But I think this year has really been a catalyst for people to really start to experiment a lot more with these ways of virtually gathering.
Yes, I would tend to agree. I mean, there's been quite a lot of innovation, despite there's a lot of copycat going along. I mean, I know, for example, you held a little session in Philip Rosedale's new audio high fidelity, where he and I and a whole load of people were, for example. And that was an example of somewhere where it wasn't Zoom, and it wasn't really a virtual world. It was just this flat space. We had our photo icons, as it were, and as we moved from different points on the map, the voices of people around us faded out and then faded back in again. So it's a kind of audio virtuality, for want of another word, which was quite fascinating because also in some of the other newer worlds, well, they've been at it a while, the offshoots from high fidelity. we are very much now becoming concerned with voice. I mean, and you often can't even text in these worlds. They assume you'll have a microphone, and they assume you're going to be talking. And I'll be sitting there thinking, "Oh, somebody can't hear me. I better type a note." And hey, where do I type it? So it seems to me that one of the major obstacles we're coming across. Particularly from the social world's point, but from everything, is that all these new programs all seem to require a new learning curve. The keystrokes that work in one don't work in another. The physics engines that run them are different. I mean, a lot of it's in Unity, but then again, you've got Samsara and other platforms that have their own unique engines. And also, of course, they don't, this has been a bugbear for a long while, they don't interoperate. Now, I mean, obviously you're concerned with the greater VR thing, and there are, fortunately, a lot of platforms around, say, Sciencebase, for example, where you can view them on a 2D screen as a traditional monitor, and it's still a fully 3D world, or you can go in a headset. But there are great differences, aren't there? As you know, if you go in a headset, you don't normally see yourself, for one thing, and you don't normally know if you're legless, to put it politely. So you could be in the same place, but the way the presence feels is very different. Now, have you had? I mean, I should tell the audience here, by the way, that Kent here. I mean, he posts on Voices of VR about 3 or 4 interviews a week. I mean, where you get that energy, I don't know. But in your experience, have these issues come up at all?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that come up as you're sort of recounting a lot of these different things. There's a number of different qualities of presence that I tend to try to break things down into. And we could start with, say, like this space here, where it's where there's a lot of text, there's a lot of user interface options. It's sort of like taking the affordances of like a web app and the kind of affordances of kind of pull down menus and stuff. And it feels like I'm in a application that would be like Photoshop or something, where there's like, it's like the Swiss Army knife of virtual worlds. But, for anybody who is using any piece of software, you have to learn what all the menu items are and what you can do and what you can't do. So something that just launched a couple of days ago was Greg Fodor's Gel app, which is sort of a pared down version of the Mozilla hubs. So that's an example where he's just trying to just strip out all of the user interface and just say, okay, if you want to just do collaboration in a 2D world and you're moving around and you're able to talk with other people, but essentially exchange like text and different formats, then let's just make it as simple as possible, have very clear key strokes that you can do, and then sort of really focus on that. And so I come from the world of content management systems, and so you can look at something like Drupal versus WordPress. Drupal is like the Swiss Army knife that has like this optimized for the highest level of flexibility, but whenever you dial down in any specific context, it's always going to be like imperfect for that context, and there's always going to be like some kludgy ways in which that you kind of have to like force the system to kind of just make it work. Or there's still going to have like this overwhelm of user interface. Something like WordPress, you can start to get a lot more simpler, but there's always that trade-off between the flexibility that you want versus like the elegance of the user experience in order to really fit into a very specific context. So that's one issue. There's the whole other issue here, which is the dimensions of presence. And I think it's worth maybe just kind of speaking about maybe some of the big experiences that are out there, both in virtual worlds, so like Fortnite or Rec Room, but these virtual spaces. And so I'm just going to run through these 4 qualities of presence. You have active presence, mental and social presence, emotional presence, and embodied presence. And so right now in this space, I'd say this more mental and social presence, because there's so much word, so much text. You have to do a lot of reading. There's a text chat that's going on at the same time. So there's a lot of great accessibility options there. And there is a voice chat that people are, hearing our voice here. And so, but there's also all these other dimensions of, so just typical the internet, the World Wide Web, your cell phone, so all these ways that you sort of use the abstractions of language to be able to connect to other people. And there's a lot of different dimensions of user interface and user interaction design that's being ported into virtual reality. So let's look at, say, like the active presence. So that's like the ways that you can express your will and agency into any given experience. So in this world, you can kind of navigate around, and you can sort of sit down, but you don't have like, well, you're not like playing a game. It's not like Rec Room where you have this full embodiment, and it's a lot about like playing games with each other, and that's like really taking off with the youth. I'd say like, folks that were maybe graduating from Minecraft or Roblox and they want to have like an immersive VR experience, but they still want to kind of play with their friends. Then Rec Room is like a great place to be able to kind of play around in that way. And it's really optimized for high agency, high interactivity. So you're able to kind of engage with everything that's in that world. But then you move into something that I'd say more also in that sort of, I guess, high agency would be something like Fortnite, which is, it's a game, but it's also starting to become like this platform to be able to have like music concerts as well. So it's sort of like the game world that's there. People are kind of there to do the building and the playing of that game, but they also have these other dimensions of being able to connect to their friends socially. So then you go to something like maybe emotional presence. I'd say something like the Wave or the Wave XR, where you're able to go in and just listen to music and really vibe out. Or this is just also just like immersive stories. It's more passive. 360 video would be really modulating your sense of emotional presence. But any ways that you are able to build and release tension to really get you emotionally engaged into the experience. And so the Wave XR and just in general, the process of gathering for virtual conference, like concerts, is a good example of like emotional presence. Now the embodied presence, that's where I think VR is really starting to shine in terms of you feel like your body is there. You feel like a sense of environmental presence, but you also are hacking your sensory experiences of your sight, your hearing with spatialized audio, but also like haptics, and eventually taste and smell. But by having an immersive virtual reality headset on, it makes you feel like you have this sense of place presence, is what Mel Slater calls it. But you have this sense of embodiment, that you have this avatar representation like we do have here, but I don't feel like I'm in my body here in this. I'm like looking at this from a third person perspective, looking at myself on stage. And there's certainly ways to sort of have the first person perspective, but to really get that sense of what Mel Slater calls the virtual body ownership illusion of being able to actually move your body around and to see your limbs represented in real time, you really start to take a different level of body ownership. And I think that's where a lot of the VR is starting to come in terms of playing with that virtual body ownership. And VR chat is probably the experience that is playing with that level of embodiment the most. It gives you the most latitude to be able to create these really immersive worlds, but also these avatar representations that are really quite exotic in terms of lots of different things that people are doing. So that's kind of like an overview of how I start to think about it through this sense of active presence and mental and social presence and embodied presence and emotional presence. And the thing is that all four of these things are happening at the same time, but you're kind of modulating things in different ways. Like this experience is highly centered in like the center of gravity is in that mental and social presence. But there's going to be this fusion of everything together.
I think this particular environment, it's been around for over 10 years now. And of course, you've got lots of grids connected together, unlike Second Life, which is just one grid. But we think back to the early days of Second Life, where, for many years, it was a chat room with text. There was actually no voice. I think the first time, I was in Second Life, I had to communicate with people via Skype simultaneously. Because unlike most people who say, I don't do voice, I was wandering around with a t-shirt saying, I don't do text. It's almost like a war between doing one or the other. But then you consider events like, not just necessarily here, even in Second Life and elsewhere, say a concert, when you go to a concert in real life, you enjoy the music, and actually you probably, too focused on the music to chat to somebody next door to you. But in fact, through Second Life and here you have dance parties and events and things, and if you're on voice it'd be lost over the music, so people rely on the fact that they've got the text channel, as it were, to have a complementary channel for communication while they're listening to music. And it seems to me, and you mentioned these, in the let's just call it the COVID world, whatever. It seems that big winners have been, and you mentioned them briefly. One of our cameramen here actually is in there all the week, and that is Mozilla's hubs. And in fact, Blair from there was on this panel literally last year. And it astonishes me that if you go in there deeply, you can actually have a pretty rich environment. So, when I first saw it, I thought, well, it's a quick link to get in, but it does come with that quick and easy entry point. There's another one called Frame.io, which doesn't seem to be quite so good, and there's the new one you mentioned. Over and beyond the idea of interoperability, which I think is way down the line, and I've noticed you've been having some conversations with other people on Twitter this week about that. Beyond that, how important do you think it is that we have what you call that quick and easy solution? People want to go on a Zoom call, they now get Zoom fatigue, but at least they can't complain it wasn't easy to do. Same with Skype. Do you think that is going to be an important factor, generally speaking?
Well, I'd say that there's a couple of things. There's the quality of the experience that we talked about, the different qualities of presence, and then there's the specific context that you're doing something for. But let me sort of unpack something that we had mentioned, high fidelity and Zoom, and I want to elaborate on Zoom just for a second here. So Zoom is great to be able to have a sense of emotional presence with people because you are passively receiving it in a sense. You don't have as much agency, but you're able to see people and see people's faces. I think that's really quite important, especially if we're talking about trying to build trust and build relationships with people. And you do have the highest transmission of your emotional affect when you can actually see someone's face. And I think that's part of the reason why I think Zoom, well, the other thing that Zoom did that I think was different than, say, Skype is that they made it easy just to be able to click a link and be able to get straight in. It's harder to do that with, say, like Skype, where you have to like be someone's friend or be invited, but you have these more ephemerals, like, okay, I'm going to get in there, get directly into where I need to go, and then hop out. And there's all these different ways to be able to control, that meeting. But we're just in the Fifth Wall Forum is having a whole Zoom conference here this weekend as well that I was also kind of hopping over and participating in. But the breakout rooms, originally it was hard to be able to have agency as an individual to kind of go to different breakout rooms. And so when you go to an actual conference, you're able to decide where you want to go to. If you want to go to this session or that session, but there's this whole other layer of like the interstitial hallways where you kind of randomly run into people. And that, I'd say that's probably one of the hardest things to recreate in terms of having these virtual gatherings is that
it's the water cooler, isn't it? Where is it?
Well, yeah, it's almost like you have the session. The session sets a context for people to talk about, but then, are you still able to kind of like roam around a virtual space and kind of run into people and to be able to talk to them, And whenever you have the ability to teleport into different places, then you're kind of eliminating those interstitial spaces to be able to have those collisions. And so there's a application called Verbella that I think actually did a really good job.
Yes, I know them. Yeah.
They did for Laval Virtual. It was the first time I tried it this year, where you do actually kind of locomote through the space and you have this opportunity to kind of run into people. And then, just recently this year was Burning Man in AltSpace. And I'd say, Burning Man's a type of experience where rather than like focusing on like talks or, a schedule, it's like more of like the on-conference where it's more about creating these worlds to be able to explore together. And it becomes more about you exploring those worlds, but also kind of just running into people. And so I'd say like, either you have a design decision to like schedule a gathering that is trying to focus on the content being the talks, or you kind of do the bottom up where the content is the relationships and the connections between the people. And I think the big open question is like, first of all, how do you do both of those really well? But also like, how do you set the larger context that allows people an idea of why you're gathering? So what some of the things that I saw at the virtual conference scene, so like the IEEE VR, that was in Mozilla Hubs, they had these birds of the feather sessions where it's like, okay, we have a global pandemic, and we have all these virtual reality researchers that need to learn how to navigate. How do you do user testing in the middle of a pandemic? Well, this is like a problem that a lot of people had. And so you had this shared intention, shared problem of people that had a shared context of this academic conference. Let's get together. And there's an invitation that was sent out. Let's have a talk about, how do we navigate this? All those people come together, and it's like that ad hoc shared problem, shared intention, shared context, that they're able to have this like group discussion that is really able to like solve what their problems are. And so I found that, like when you have all those combinations of the ability to people to gather together, to have their agency, to kind of find that place, to find these other people, and to have these emergent conversations, the birds of the feather were still like meet at this place in this time. And I'd say the real challenge still, not only just in virtual gatherings, but face-to-face gatherings, is how do you connect the people that have those similar problems and similar intentions to be able to find each other, to be able to like collaborate with each other. And I think that's the essence of like a virtual gathering, is like bringing people together with a shared purpose, and how do you connect them and allow them to collaborate with each other. And like oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think one of the big success stories too here, and I suppose it is a virtual world in a way, is Discord. I mean, I originally downloaded Discord because I wanted something that wasn't Skype, to have my friends to and whatever. And I realized I could have a server, but at the time I didn't really see the implications. But now, of course, there are loads of, it's quite a minefield following all the Discord channels, but it has kind of worked in an odd way, which is not so much here, because as you can see, we've got a chat room at the side of the window while we're talking. But in many worlds where there is no chat, for example, a couple of them being derived from Philip's original High Fidelity, they heavily use Discord as a parallel channel, so they can do the chatting in text. And that isn't just a matter of texting. Of course, they can paste in links and put little YouTube videos. You can do it all in Discord. The only thing you can't do is move around and have that sort of environmental presence, is what it used to be called in Second Life. And of course, you've redefined that. The embodiment you get through a headset, of course, means that that degree of presence makes this platform and Second Life fairly laughable. I mean, unfortunately, they can't be converted. There's no way you can. It's to do with the physics. You can't come in here in a headset, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, moving on to.
Well, hold on. Let me just follow up on that point about Discord, because I think that's an important point, because there's existing channels, whether that's Facebook or Twitter or Discord or Slack. These are all like back channels, or LinkedIn, but they're able to create these elements of a social graph, which is like you being connected to people. And what I found is that like VRChat has its own ability of having a social graph within it. So you friend people and connect to people. And when you go into VRChat, you can kind of go to what your friends are doing. Altspace and Burning Man. Altspace has really turned out to be like the enterprise corporate marketing or corporate networking type of, so like you have a lot more professional gatherings there. So the Fifth Wall Forum chose Altspace to do kind of their after party. And then you start to friend people. And then when you start to go into Altspace, then it sort of becomes your professional network. And there's like, more of an egalitarian approach with avatars there, where everybody kind of has the same choices and options, and you have the ability to kind of customize it. But you look at something like Discord, I really see that as a really powerful way for these communities to start to emerge, to say, okay, let's like start a Discord. It has some sort of intention and shared purpose, shared values, and it creates that shared context. But you also have the ability to have the audio chats. So if you're going into different games, but you also have the ability to friend people in Discord. So you're able to kind of have this persistence of being able to connect to people and have these back channel conversations that you may run into people. And for me, I use Twitter quite a bit to be able to connect to different people. And I'd say like both of these, Discord and all these social media platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter, but also like Slack, there's this like big open question that I had, which is the experience of having a serendipitous collision at one of these gatherings. Like, how do you define that. And when I was at a conference, I would be just kind of like roaming around the hallways, running into people, and people knew me from my podcast, and and they wanted to be able to share something with me, and I was roaming around looking for interviews, and so there was like this this shared intention where I was both seeking for people to talk to, and people were seeking me they wanted to share something with me. And when we collided and would be able to come together, then I would be able to like have that interview. And then once the virtual conferences started, that hallway was like eliminated. And because all of the conference organizers were like, our conference is the talks, and so we're going to make it easy for you to just teleport directly to the talks, but have no interstitial areas for you to kind of run into people. So the places where I was really thriving were disappearing. So I've had over the past year to really have to like redefine what I classify as this serendipitous collision. And I found that it's like, these interactions and these collisions on Discord, these collisions within, Twitter. Mal, you reached out to me on Discord to be like, hey, do you want to be in this this conference here this weekend? I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Absolutely. So it's like when those different types of collisions happen, then I give that a lot of weight in terms of, this is what's emerging in the moment. And I think that's the thing, is like being able to find many different ways for people to connect to each other and find like what is emerging in the moment. This is happening right now. Here's a link, dive into this other context that may be a little bit more immersive, or have other affordances like this. This world has specific avatar representations and identities, and people are friends with each other. They can have these back channel conversations with each other. I mean, this is like, you start to have that built into the system, but you can also, like, if that's too overwhelming, then have that in the back channel as well. So I think that's what I see is like, even though there's a gap in a lot of these applications where like in alt space, you can actually text people and write back and forth, but in like VR chat, you can't, right? So it's like, you would have to either do a back channel Discord chat to somebody, or on Twitter DM, or text them, or find other way to communicate with people, because you can't do it within the application. So yeah, it's trying to figure out like how to keep the user interface elegant and simple, but also if that's a high demand, like it'd be really helpful for me to, in VR chat, for example, like people can be in a private world and maybe you want to join them, but you have no idea what they're doing. They can only disclose what degree they're open to you joining them. If it's green, you have no problem. But if it's like orange or blue, there's like different levels of privacy that people have in terms of, or red, do not disturb. But you still don't know like what world they're in, what context they're in, and it's hard to do that within the app itself. And so, yeah, I think this whole back channel dimension, I think, is a key part of how things are continuing to evolve here.
I would tend to agree. In fact, I was going to raise a couple of issues, and I obviously have a feeling for some of what you think from, well, Twitter mostly, to be honest, in your case. VR chat, for example, pardon me, I'm croaking. This week, I think it was, I think it was VR chat. Yeah, they've now launched a professional version where you pay.
It's not perfect. It's a VR chat plus, and so it's their if you want to support VR chat, then it's a subscription service. So it's essentially their business model moving towards a subscription based $9.99 a month or $99 a month. And yeah, I actually just joined last night. And when you join, you get like rather than just 16 avatars, you get access to 100 avatars. And then there's you get like an icon, an avatar that you can put next to your nameplate. And you get some badges, and you get increased trust levels. But more than anything, for me, it's like this is a way to sort of get beyond the models of surveillance capitalism, and pay for the service that they have. And, pay for these servers. It's been funded by BC Mundi. Why not sort of pay directly for the services that you're getting, rather than having a business model where they're trying to like surveil you and get all this private information about you?
That raises the very issue I was driving towards. I mean, Slack, for example, was originally they wanted to design a game and they couldn't do it, so they formed Slack as it was, but it was a kind of open model. And the other horrific news this week is that has now been bought by a Salesforce of all people, who have a reputation for literally destroying everything they buy up, which is kind of sad. But we're also faced, and you mentioned the surveillance stuff and everything else, we're also faced with, and again, I don't think it's any accident that we're becoming more aware of it very quickly during the COVID period, is the unstoppable bulldozer of Facebook. I mean, I have to mention names here. I mean, firstly, they have a social platform. So all this behind the scenes back channeling, you've already got in a Facebook, if you see what I mean, if you can stand it, which some of us can't. Then you have the extensions leading to that social network in the form of Horizons, I think, is one, and Spaces is another. I don't know whether you've actually been into those. And then, of course, they now have they don't have a monopoly, but they look like they're trying hard to get the monopoly on headsets. So you're dealing with the software platform of virtual worlds, you're dealing with the social network, and you're dealing with the hardware. And you've got one monolithic organization, which is more than capable of surveillance, running them all. Now, this just makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm all for interoperability between things, but monopolization, is a very different thing. Do you feel there is an inherent threat in this activity, because it, as you say, it includes the headset, it includes the social network, and it includes the virtual environments potentially, and maybe everything will interoperate, but nobody else will be able to get into it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of thoughts about this. This is like kind of the existential dilemma of our time, where we have these big mega tech corporations that are controlling a lot of things. I mean, that's the big reason why there's been these antitrust cases that are, in the United States against folks like Amazon and Apple and Google, as well as Facebook. And so this is like, decades worth of anti-competitive behaviors that are happening within these companies, that they have all sorts of ways of either acquiring, killing, or copying their competition, which creates this, economies of scale where, as soon as you get these big major tech corporations, then they just have the power to either buy all the competition, to be able to just kill them off in different ways, or to copy them, just clone. So the copy, clone, and acquire. So that's a whole dynamic that has been happening for a long time, that sets the broader context for, in order for anybody to create the technology platforms, you have to have access to an enormous amount of capital. So you have a duopoly of cell phones providers between like Apple and Android, in terms of the operating systems, at least. And then you have, with VR, you have Facebook that has been really out there, but basically in the standalone VR market, not really any competition. Google has made so many different failures in their own strategy that they've basically pretty much shuttered so many different aspects of their VR strategy. They're focusing more on AR at this point. But you have Apple, who's also been developing a lot of these different things, but they've been secretly developing everything, and they're just, they're going to wait until they're ready to start to launch it. But they've been completely absent to this larger discussion. So you have what is essentially going to be like this battle between Apple and Facebook, to these two closed walled gardens who, in each of their own ways, Apple especially, Apple being extremely antagonistic to all these open standards, whether it's OpenXR or WebXR. They're just kind of like doing their own thing. And like, if you want to have any sort of application, you have to have like their native solution for whatever that is. Snubbing, turning their nose up against even GLTF and creating their own kind of proprietary, or going with the Pixar US ZD format. So you have this larger context. And I think Lawrence Lessig, in his approach of what he calls a pathetic dot theory, saying that there's these dials that you can turn to be able to control different socioeconomic dimensions of any issue when it comes to the scale. So you have these four major ways to do that. You have the law, and that's sort of the dimension of the tech policy and the antitrust and the regulation to be able to rein this stuff in, that's been kind of absent for so long to kind of accelerate the issue that I was talking about earlier about these monopolies that are really having too much power and control over our lives. And then you have the market dynamics, which is, the competition amongst these different players. And if for whatever reason have one player that's decided to make the market risks, and other people have just decided not to take the chance, or like Google really stepping back with a lot of their strategy.
Yeah.
And then you have the market, which is, or the culture, which is us people, people who are actually consuming stuff. It's all the ways of people talking about stuff. Either they're boycotting this person or not, or educating people about the options. And so using all the different media and journalism to be able to cover what's happening. So you have this sort of choice as to what they're going to do, or whose companies they're going to support or not. And then the last one is the technological architecture and the code. So that's where you get into something like this, like the radically decentralized options versus like the centralized options. So you can start to fight back by just creating the open web or open alternatives that are not sort of falling into this closed walled garden mindset. The challenge is that let's just like take as an example, high fidelity versus VR chat. So high fidelity, Philip Rosedale, obviously coming from Second Life, he learned that, you know, in order to really scale these different virtual worlds, you have to have these huge server farms. And there was like this fundamental economic issue that, like, if you wanted to have a metaverse that as big as we all want it to be, then, you know, you're gonna have people run their own servers. But the problem is that the quality of the experience of something that's an immersive virtual reality experience has not been proven out to the point where people are willing to go through that much trouble, and that there's so many different issues with just standing up a server and dealing with security and all the people that are all the viruses and the malware and everything else. You know, there's a lot of stuff you have to be simply like a system administrator to be able to actually stand all that up and have both the technical expertise, but also the money and the resources, and you have to maintain it. So the centralized economies of scale from these major companies have been like, they've eliminated all that and they're just really focused on the experience. But they do all these other sort of, you know, surveillance capitalism things to really sustain it that have these other, you know, side effects. And so I think the challenge of like something like this dialectic is that you look at something like VR chat that has just stood up all this stuff, and they paid for all the servers, and they've taken care of all that problem. And they have proven that they've been able to really grow those networks of people because the experience has been so compelling. But yet, what about WebXR? Well, WebXR is sort of stagnant because, you know, Apple is refusing to you know, if you want to implement a WebXR experience, then, you know, you may have to deal with it not being able to be available for anybody who has an iPhone, iOS, or, you know, using Safari. It's like they've just refused to implement those open standards. So then you have like Google that's starting to implement all that, but yet, you know, their own strategies, you know, been really fragmented and not really coherent anyway, because they've been also taking that sort of decentralized approach generally, and they've also found that they've had difficulties trying to get really things really kickstarted. So I feel like there's a lot of these different dialectics and decisions that you have to make, and then unfortunately we live in a world where it's just we've had so much power and consolidation for those tech companies just because it is so difficult to kind of do it on your own. But I do think that it's a pendulum that swings back and forth, and that we will be starting to hit to this point where we start to do these more decentralized approaches.
Yeah, I think so long as competition still exists, you know, and you aren't dealing with actual monopolies. I mean, there's still the danger of a cartel, of course, but I mean, you know, there is some safety in that. So I'm a big fan of Apple, but sometimes I get distressed when I think, you know, well, how can I say I'm a fan of Apple and loathe Facebook so much? You know, I think it really is a matter of you know, size. When you've got a corporation that's bigger than a greater economy than the GDP of a few countries, you really wonder what's going on. And the other thing, actually, I'm glad you mentioned it, because one of the things, I have a region or mega region attached to OpenSim here, which is a grid in its own right, but you can jump to it and have friends across grids here, because you know, through something called the hypergrid, which was mentioned earlier. It was created by Krista Lopez, who was one of the devs here. And although it wasn't mentioned in the summary, I mean, I use a chap who's got a service called Dreamworld, which basically means I'm actually running the server for the whole virtual world on one of my computers. But it's routed through an IP database, I guess it is, at another company called Dreamworld. So it's much harder to imagine, you know, because the obvious threat, as you mentioned, is security, where somebody can just teleport into your world on your own computer. They could do all ends of damage, you know. So you know, you need to have the security in place there. But I remember many years ago, I asked somebody from Microsoft, long before, you know, it must have been over a decade ago, in Second Life, they were talking now. I said, well, will Windows ever be a virtual environment? like rooms. Somebody actually did it about 10 years ago as a plug-in program, and but it took over the interface, and you were able to create your own objects like you can here, and you could link the objects to anything in your system, be it a PDF, or you have a bookcase full of PDFs. You could have an application launcher. It basically became the replacement for the Windows desktop, and I love that because it was the first example, really, probably before Second Life, that I saw of that 3D environment being a utility. I don't mean just fun. I mean, being able to utilize, the room, the 3D environment or the rooms were your central hub. You did everything from there, whether it was reading, going on the web, launching your applications and whatever. And I'm wondering about the future of that. So I know in VR, and the particular stuff you cover, some of these front ends, as it were, are quite capable of pulling in stuff from elsewhere, certainly on the cloud, but the thought that people might ultimately be able to pull in things from their own computers, their own environment, into a virtual interface. Have you felt there any indication of that sort of thing coming along as a sort of the leap, as it were?
You mean like pulling in what type of other objects into it? Like what? Can you give an example, like a photo or video, or what do you mean exactly?
Oh, well, yes, a photo or a video, but in more extensively than that, something that actually works as your starting environment, whether you're offline or online. Everybody's online now, but you'd log in at the beginning of the day into your virtual room, whether it was in a headset or whether it was on a 2D screen. But instead of a Windows desktop or a Mac desktop, your desktop would have turned into a 3D environment. So that a 3D metaphor takes over everything you do in the day or night.
Yeah. Well, I know we have about 5 minutes to wrap up here, so maybe this might be my sort of final thought here, which is that this transition from 2D to 3D is something that is a huge paradigm shift, and it's something that people in this community have already been working with for, like you said, over 10 years now, and even longer with Second Life. And so, but those spatial computing metaphors to add different levels of our embodiment, new interaction design. For me, the way I think about it is that you're combining all these different design disciplines, from game design to user interaction design and web design, and literature and written text and all those affordances of how you tell stories with words, but also like cinematic storytelling and industrial design and architecture and dance and embodiment and all these other ways as well. So all these different design disciplines you're fusing together. And this is going to be a long process. It may be 10 years or so, maybe 20 years. We've already been under that process for just doing stuff on the web and on the internet as well. So I think that as we're starting to move into this new paradigm of spatial computing, then you have to figure out all the affordances of all these different things, and you have these weird collaborations from architects, working with theater folks, or people who are web designers working with people who are Hollywood storytellers, and interaction designers, and game designers working with other dimensions of industrial design. So you have this fusion of all this stuff, both happening with virtual reality and augmented reality, and just virtual worlds in general. And so this is going to be a long journey. And for whatever metaphors we have for pulling in different objects and the operating systems, and and how to sort of pull in the media, there's certainly like Mozilla Hubs was a great example of being able to kind of dynamically pull in that information. It's probably the one application, because it's on the web, is pulling in most of those affordances of the web the most, because you're on your PC or on your computer. It's easy to kind of throw in a link. But these other systems that may be in VR are harder to do that. So I mean, that's why I think this is sort of for me at least, this paradigm shift into spatial computing is for me some of the most hardest problems. And for me, what makes it so interesting is that it's so interdisciplinary, bringing to all these different disciplines, because each of these different disciplines have this unique lens into the answers that they have to provide. And so the big challenge is, how do you combine all these different expertise? And that's a lot of what I've been just covering on the Voices of VR podcast, and just trying to talk to these people and try to have a water cooler to be able to see how all these things are going to come together.
Well, I think we should let people know because voicesofvr.com is your website, and as I mentioned earlier, that you have a remarkable number of podcasts there, and there's no one person that seems to cover like you do. I mean, sometimes you're almost at the fringes of the metaverse virtual world's interest, but you cover so much, and I don't know where you get the energy, to be honest, but there's almost, it seems to me to be almost nothing you haven't touched in those podcasts, when it comes to organizations, people and things that are using, virtual reality or indeed virtual spaces, even if it's not in the headset, kind of, so to speak. But you're right, the worst of times in some ways, but the most exciting of times in others. And as you say, this whole thing is really just beginning. So. Okay, now you're also on twitter.com, aren't you? Twitter.com/KentBy, I guess it is. Make sure we're plugging everything for you.
Yeah, I'll drop that in the chat. I'm also going to drop I recently did a talk to architectural students talking about the art of gathering, but also looking at my experiential design framework that I talked about briefly here. But if you want like a deep dive with slides and everything, I have a 2-hour talk that kind of dives into lots of different dimensions there. If folks want to have more information to kind of see everything, because I think there's a lot of stuff that's happening from this community that's going to be pulling in, especially when it comes to accessibility and really integrating those aspects of text, chat, and everything else. I mean, that there's a lot to be learned from what's been happening in OpenSim as well as Second Life that is going to be fused. So you certainly have a lot of puzzle pieces here that's going to be integrated in. So look forward to connecting to more folks here, and I'll send some links in the chat if people want to get some more information.
Absolutely wonderful. Well, it's been absolutely great having you here. I'm so glad we were able to make it, and just a mine of information. And I'm sure we could go on for hours if we had the time. Before I go off air, as it were, I'll just remind folks that I will be back with an actual panel this time tomorrow, the Sunday, and we will have representatives from Sciencespace, from Sansar, and 2 of the offshoots from Philip Rosel's High Fidelity, Vicadia and Tivoli. So we're going to have sort of 4 platforms represented as we look at the sort of new platforms. And I chose them because they all 4 are kind of a bit in the spirit of embracing user-generated content and the sort of things we value about OpenSim here. So until then, my thanks to you all, and a special thanks to Kent yet again.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Mal and Kent, for a terrific presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 1:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled Networking Across the Metaverse, All in This Together. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and the crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Mal and to Kent and to you, our audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 1:30 p.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a session called Networking Across the Metaverse, All in This Together. And our speakers are Valerie Hill and Becky Adams. Dr. Valerie Hill, aka Valbrarian Gregg, received her MLS from Texas Women's University in 2007 and a PhD in Library and Information Science in 2012. Valerie is a library and information science educator with a research focus on the intersection of information literacy and global digital participatory culture. Her research in virtual environments explores meta-literacy in meta-modern culture. Dr. Becky Adams, aka Ellie Pinion, recently retired from the University of New Mexico after 13 years as the Director of Online Course Development and Faculty Support. As director, she facilitated the design and delivery of UNM online courses for the main campus. She has taught both K-12 and higher education, currently teaching for the College of Education, Teacher Education, and Human Sciences and Organization, Information and Learning Science, or fondly known as the OILS program. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Welcome to Networking Across the Universe, all in this together. I'm Valerie Hill, my co-presenter is Becky Adams, as you just heard, and we're both college educators. My background's in teaching library science, but I was also a school librarian for 20 years. Now, I'm the director of the Community Virtual Library, and our presentation today presents the need to tackle many obstacles that educators and learners face in virtual environments. Because there are so many virtual spaces, it's simply impossible for us to explore them all, let alone build high-quality learning experiences within them all. In addition, we've found, and I bet you probably have too, that often people in virtual environments are simply trying to reinvent the wheel without realizing what others have already accomplished. I'd like you to type a Y in the text chat if you agree. So I believe that thinking about all of this, we have come up with some ideas that would help us all partner, help us network across the metaverse. And later you can bookmark the links that we're going to share so you can access them later.
Thank you, Val and Galen. As we consistently were reminded that information was everywhere, and many people and groups were willing to meet with folks in virtual worlds, but finding them was not always easy, we decided to try to bring us We've tried a couple of formats and hope the spreadsheet is easy to read and that including links to where each happening is helpful. The community virtual library, as many groups, has its home base in Second Life, and there is a rich legacy of real librarianship there. However, as other worlds are established, we have been very honored and pleased to expand our reach and skills to other virtual worlds. There are always things changing, and we want to make sure we are where we need to be to make a difference. We feel it's so important that we work together in multiple environments to be able to support each other and to use these amazing tools and environments. Val will be sharing a note card with you that will help with information about connecting and collaborating across virtual spaces. In that, sharing our work with other communities, knowing what is out there, using the CVL Virtual World Database for ongoing projects, sharing calendars and social media, and exploring other tools like Discord and Metaverse libraries help us stay connected and informed. Do all the virtual worlds, platforms, and groups leave you confused and overwhelmed? We so understand. In order to not get so overwhelmed that we can't take advantage of all the great things that are happening around the metaverse, we must tackle this together. Together we can do this. Over to you, Val.
Yes. So we found that one of the biggest obstacles in virtual worlds, and you've heard about it for years, is the steep learning curve. Type a Y if you're still hearing about the steep learning curve. We've found that quite often administrators are not willing to adopt, and many teachers are not willing to spend the time it takes to learn virtual environments. So the beauty of these desktop VR worlds, we call them desktop VR since they don't require a headset, but they're still a part of virtual reality. The beauty of these desktop virtual worlds is that we have so many tools for productivity right at our fingertips. I don't really see that in some of the headset worlds. Educators and students in virtual worlds that are not on a VR headset can create so much content by themselves, which is amazing. All those tools are right at our fingertips. Yet, each of us has our own goals, our own purpose for being in a virtual world, and our own skills and talents. So it's imperative to let new educators know that they do not have to learn everything. Some of us like to build. Some people like to script and have a great talent in coding. Some share presentations and exhibits and tours. Some are good mentors or good at planning and designing environments and events. So we've come to believe that when you contribute what you really enjoy, we all benefit and we all keep learning. Another obstacle that a lot of us face is that virtual worlds require fairly good graphic cards. I heard that earlier at the conference today. You have to have a pretty good laptop with a good graphics card, and many schools now are only purchasing tablets or Chromebooks. So we've found that a solution to this problem might be the use of web-based virtual worlds, such as Cyber Lounge or 3D Web Worlds. And you'll find individuals on our spreadsheet. If you look at the tabs down at the bottom, we not only have the tabs for Second Life and open source worlds, but we also have tabs for Cyber Lounge, 3D Web Worlds. If you have office hours in these kind of gateway virtual worlds, we like to call them, since they don't require any viewer or any download whatsoever, you may hold office hours in worlds such as this. web-based virtual worlds. So look at the second page of the CVL Education Network spreadsheet, and don't forget to contact us if you want to add your own office hours here as a way to build a professional learning community. It's essential that we document our progress in virtual environments to help other educators and learners in the future. And that is not always easy. This conference is really showing there are so many of us out there that are working as educators and content creators in virtual environments, and we need to document what it is that we are doing for the future. So perhaps you are ready to explore and continue exploring to find your niche in virtual worlds, because finding your niche, especially for newcomers in virtual environments, it takes time. So the goal of the Community Virtual Library is to help educators and librarians and lifelong learners to navigate these environments so they can find the best match for their needs. Of course, we already mentioned you cannot possibly master them all. You can't be in every virtual space, but we feel it's important for us all to be aware of the virtual environments that are out there. As these environments continue to expand and to evolve, how can we help you explore? For example, I use my office hours as a way to make appointments to continue networking or to take drop-ins with newcomers. And you can do the same with your office hours in whatever it is that you offer in virtual worlds. So to continue that idea of networking across the metaverse, what about hypergridding? Hypergridding educators, when Second Life made their open source code open and available, many new environments began to arise, and some of these are fairly inexpensive, less expensive than Second Life, certainly, and they offer spaces that are more private than Second Life, which may be good for students. You can share your own OpenSim world content at the Community Virtual Library Hypergrid Resource Library. We have this in both Kitely and in Avacon, and we would like to expand to other places as well. You can find the contact information for our curator of the Hypergrid Resource Library on that handout that I gave you. It's Bethany Winslow, a San Jose State University instructional designer. She has curated our Hypergrid Resource Library. We also have other branches. We have a digital citizenship museum and an antique pattern library in Kitely. And we are moving into the VR headset worlds to explore as well. And I'm going to hand it back over to Ellie.
My university was fine with me teaching in Second Life, but they also wanted me to be helpful and help the students explore the opportunities in virtual reality. Basically, they said, you don't have to be an expert, just give them a taste of what VR offers, I was told. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of putting on a headset and exploring all that is out there with VR, but these pictures are perfect, in my opinion. These are similar examples of my experience as well. This is what I look like with my headset on, only this is Val. And as our slide shows, one thing we realize is that virtual worlds are also virtual reality without the headset. In fact, we now believe there is room for both desktop and headset VR for specific purposes. I was so excited to find VCARA, the Virtual Center for Archives and Records Administration, just as they created their Exploder team to check out different VR worlds each month. You'll definitely enjoy how they got their name Exploder team as well. Just ask them. These amazing educators who had enjoyed virtual worlds began to explore the many VR worlds out there, created a survey to find what educators were looking for, and began gathering data about the many VR options. They are looking at many elements, such as ease of entry, navigation, as well as if headsets are required or if there's a desktop application as well. And if you are one of those interested brave souls, please join us on the third Friday evening of each month at 5 p.m. Pacific time. As you likely know, students often depend on office hours to meet with their instructor. We also enjoy finding those that are doing what we do or what we want to do and spending some time with them to get information and support. For this reason, we have labeled our regular times in world office hours. It's something we all understand as experts giving time to help or connect with others. So we invite you to join the Exploder team or join us at other office hours or add your office hours or repeating group events to the CVL Education Network spreadsheet so we can all find our way through all the innovation that is happening before our eyes. Val?
My research in virtual environments over the last decade has shown me the need to balance. That's a meta-modern skill, balancing virtual and physical life. I'm fascinated with meta-modern digital culture and changing literacy, and that's become my research focus. And I'll put a little link to my new book that came out on this topic of meta-modernism. Ellie and I believe, along with many of you, that only together can we navigate the many learning environments available where students will learn and will live in the future. So we'll leave you with this final slide that shows our contact information and a few of the projects that the Community Virtual Library are working on to help us all network across the metaverse. And if you have a question, if you'd IM that to Dalen, we are going to spend a little bit of time answering questions that would help us all better network so that we can move forward across the metaverse.
Okay, thank you, ladies. I think there's about just a couple minutes left, so maybe there's enough for one question. I've got a couple questions there in Skype for you if you wanted to choose which one to answer.
All right, I see a question here from Sidearm. How did you come to choose Google Docs as your sharing tool? It's probably one of the most useful tools that educators have found because it's so collaborative and because we all know that Google pretty much owns the data universe, which is a good or bad thing, whatever you want to think of it. But it's going to be around, we feel, for a while. Of course, it's always good to be able to migrate your content. But for now, it just has so many things that we can all pool into. That's why we chose Google Docs. And another question I see is, could we define network? Are we talking wires and flashy light boxes or social skills? Excellent question. As we talk about digital content, we think of a network as being those wires and the hardwire network, but we're talking about people, communities. As a librarian, I have changed my tune from thinking that what I share is books. Books are no longer king of the information hierarchy, and it's people and communities and content in all formats that I want to share. And so that type of network, it's communities, it's all of you at this conference and what you are doing. You could be lost out there and no one will ever know what it is you did, because digital culture gives everybody a voice. But those voices just become a cacophony that we are all mixed up in. So so that network means to help organize people and what they're doing in virtual environments.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Val and Becky, for a terrific presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 2:00 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled Decentraland, a blockchain-based virtual world. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 2020 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 o'clock to 2:30 p.m. session of the 2020 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called Decentraland, a blockchain-based virtual world. Our speaker is Mike Laurie. Mike Laurie is a versatile entrepreneur with extensive virtual world, virtual finance, management, and IT experience. He built one of the top 25 VR development companies in Second Life in 2006 with less than $200 in startup capital, reaching $250,000 in annual revenues in less than a year, providing the first virtual stock exchanges. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. So this talk is going to be about a new platform that it is not OpenSim technology, just to be clear. This is something that's much newer. It began in 2016. A group of entrepreneurs raised in what's called an ITO, or initial token offering, on the Ethereum blockchain, $24 million in about 12 minutes auction time to capitalize creating a new blockchain-based virtual world platform. And the idea is that it's trying to bring in newer graphics formats and technologies, and at the same time solving some of the problems with the earlier issues, like, for instance, we've all dealt with either copybot issues, loss of accounts, all kinds of different problems, either in OpenSim or in Second Life. And so one of the solutions to fixing a lot of those problems is to have everything based upon blockchain technology. And so decentraland.org, you can browse there now just to check it out. They have you can access their virtual world on a browser. You can use goggles as well. It's cloud hosted. All the content on their world is permanently on the cloud, based upon blockchain. I don't know, depending upon, I'm sure there's a wide range of familiarity in the audience on blockchain technology, so I'm going to explain a little bit about that. But it's based upon Ethereum blockchain technology. They created their own currency token called the Mana, and then there are what are called non-fungible tokens for user name registrations, land, and content. And so all of those assets, whether names, land, or content, are secured and protected by what we call smart contracts. And a smart contract is really a little computer program that's registered on a blockchain, and it executes automatically based upon various inputs for various reasons. So you could have, for instance, a smart contract on betting on the Red Sox game, or on friends of mine have had marriage contracts on the blockchain. But in this case, the land token, the content tokens, and the name NFTs are all smart contracts that are registered on the blockchain. And so when you have a contract on the blockchain, it's irrevocable, it's permanently on the blockchain. And so this is something where when you have content on the chain and when you have purchased it through a smart contract, it's yours forever. And so you don't have to worry about, for instance, OpenSim grids going away because the owner had management or life issues. You don't have to worry about the game gods not liking what you said or who you talked to or what you did and banning you forever. You don't have to worry about losing your control of your content to copybotters, so on and so forth. So these are a lot of the problems that this sort of technology solves. and the content can be sold on the DCL's, what we call DCL's own market, and there are third-party markets. Basically, any website that can handle the Ethereum blockchain-based token economy can trade what we call non-fungible tokens for all of these digital assets. And let me go on to the next one here. All right, so basics for what is a blockchain for those who have no idea what I'm talking about. So a blockchain is a relatively new type of database. It was first created as the technology behind Bitcoin, and I'm sure everybody here has heard of Bitcoin. And basically what it is you have a block of data, which is all the transactions for the platform in a certain time period. And they get encrypted and authenticated by users competing to authenticate it in exchange for a reward. And so when that time period's over and the block is solved, then all the new transactions go into the new block, and the new block gets solved, and they get linked together by cryptographic hashes. And so the blocks linked together, that's your blockchain. And so you have this permanent indelible record of all transactions for all assets dealt with by the blockchain from its inception up to the present. And so it's really impossible for people to change that data and therefore fraud whatever those assets are. And because the blockchain is open and decentralized, everyone can have a copy of the blockchain, and so there's no one central authority that can either change it or control it, and at the same time they can't, it doesn't collapse if that controller goes away because nobody's controlling it. And so it's a completely distributed peer-to-peer network that ensures the data integrity. Yes. So that's the basics of what a blockchain is. If you want to learn more, there's tons of videos on YouTube and other sites on the web. You can go and find out a lot more about that technology. We're not going to get into that here. Okay, so how does the blockchain help with a virtual world? So here we've got a flow chart here. So at the top, we have what we call the real-time layer, and that's what the user sees at the front. And so basically your web browser presents the virtual world to you and reses your avatar in front of you and so forth. And so it communicates with other nearby clients and peer-to-peer servers, and it gets its data from what's called the land content layer. And so every parcel is essentially a land token on the blockchain, and every parcel is therefore secured by a smart contract on that blockchain, and all the content on each parcel is registered with that parcel. And so when you're on a given parcel and you're around nearby parcels, your browser then says, hey, I'm on or near these parcels, let me see the content. And so it will load the content from the blockchain up through the land content layer into your browser. And so this is basically how the whole thing functions. And so this way, anybody can have a copy of the blockchain. It's completely secure. And so imagine if we had, for instance, a hypergrid where you had different people controlling different parts of the grid, but everybody is a hypergridder and everybody can access the same content everywhere, and it's all secure. Okay, so the second question that people may have is, what is an NFT or non-fungible token? It's a digital asset that's regulated by a smart contract that someone's launched on a blockchain like Ethereum that can execute them automatically. So in Decentraland, NFTs are land. So it's basically a contract deed to a virtual land. Each land parcel is 16 by 16 meters square per parcel, and these are resellable. When they did their ITO to raise that $24 million in 2016, people didn't get coins, they didn't get stock. What they got was land. So it was essentially a big land rush. And so everybody, all that $24 million is essentially paid for the development of the technology and essentially the permanent hosting of the blockchain on the web forever. And so that's how that whole relationship works. And then another NFT is you can register your name on the Decentraland website. And so much like a domain name, you essentially, once you've registered it and you paid your 100 mana, which is about $2 or $3, you own it forever. You can resell your name on the Decentraland market because it's a non-fungible token. And then other NFTs are anything, all kinds of virtual content we're used to seeing: clothing, wearables, artwork, buildings, etc., building components, etc. And all those are also tradable. So non-fungible tokens, it's like a work of art. So like the Mona Lisa is a non-fungible token, all right, or the ownership of it is. Whereas a US dollar or a euro is a fungible token because every dollar is like every other dollar, all right? So like in that respect, the mana currency is a fungible token. How is DCL governed? So because the people who invested all got land ownership, essentially that's the form of stake in what's called a distributed autonomous organization. It has no owner. It's its own sovereign jurisdiction. And so all stakeholders vote on all policy proposals for changes to the architecture and its development. Anyone can buy stake into the DAO by buying one or more parcels of land, and there's a very active land market, and land parcels vary in value, but depending upon where they're located, much like we're used to seeing in Second Life, whether you're on a private island or on the mainland or on a road or on waterfront or whatever. And so you have variations in the value. And the great advantage, even though the price of land is high and it's a very active and capital intensive land market, once you own a parcel, there's no tier, no fees of any kind ever. That's yours until you decide to sell it. Gas is a part of the Ethereum blockchain that's paid when you do transactions. So if you buy something or you execute a smart contract, gas is the fee to pay for the computational execution of the smart contract. How do you get content as a user? So as I said, DCL hosts its own NFT market, but any site that trades Ethereum-based tokens can trade them. So OpenSea is currently the main third-party NFT market for DCL users and creators. You can create your own content and create NFTs for it in whatever distribution you want, either as a single copy, a limited release, or an unlimited supply. You can create content for builds on your own land, or basically market those to others. The file format, we're used to uploading Collada files for mesh here. The format that they use is the GLTF file format, which is something you can export from Blender or Maya or any other 3D modeling application. Okay, so how do you get mana? Mana is, first off, you can sign into DCL using any Ethereum wallet that can handle tokens. There are some Ethereum wallet hosting sites that can't. Coinbase is one of them, so don't try using Coinbase. But I recommend downloading the MetaMask browser plugin for whether it's your Chrome browser or Brave or whatever other browser you're using. It's a very secure plugin to your browser that is a Ethereum wallet that can handle all of these tokens. And so with that wallet, you can buy Ethereum. And once you have the Ethereum, you can trade it for mana on a number of different exchanges. And so with that mana, you can pay for your name, you can buy and trade different NFTs. And so all of your content that you own, including your name and your other NFTs, because they're all tokens, your wallet essentially becomes your inventory. And so wherever you go with that in the future, you could theoretically migrate your NFTs that are in your Ethereum wallet to another virtual world that's based on blockchain that uses a similar technology. So if you're not happy with DCL, if someone finds another virtual world using a similar token-based economy, you can migrate your content and you control that based upon what the terms of the smart contracts you obtained it for. Okay, so as I said at the start, Decentraland is not an OpenSim-based technology, but much like the cyber worlds that were mentioned in the previous talk, which were were originally called web worlds. We gave a talk, I think it was Selby and a few others gave talks about web world technology in the past few years. So these are not strictly OpenSim technologies, but they're essentially web-based technologies that give people an entry into using virtual worlds without the steep learning curve that we are used to with OpenSim viewers. Okay. Another reason why we're talking about this here is that because of the issues that we've all seen with OpenSim due to the weaknesses of Second Life, is that the ideas used for this blockchain-based asset system could theoretically be a future development roadmap for OpenSim developers to make OpenSim if we finally decide to peel OpenSim away from its being anchored to Second Life and make OpenSim a better virtual world than Second Life, is to transform the asset system into a blockchain-based system. So this is something where people should be thinking about this, is that it can solve all of the problems with content security, content portability, identity, so on and so forth. Well, things that people sell that are freely downloadable is that if you're talking about mesh, that's, there's a wide range of things. Yes, it is. That's correct, Gimizia. Is that it protects the content creator's ownership. The reason a lot of things are free in Second Life is because copybotting is such a massive problem that Linden Lab has steadfastly refused to fix. So, so here's a couple of builds that I've done in Decentraland for clients. I basically work there as a bespoke builder for people to put the things they hire me to do on their own land. So this was, for instance, a store for a gaming-based token currency that's on a startup basis. Here's another one. This is a classic Mini Cooper museum that I built for a British fellow.
Okay, to get it wrapped up here.
So that's the presentation. Is there any other questions that we can answer at this time?
I think at this point, if you have questions, please IM them to Mike, as we need to move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Mike, for a terrific presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 2:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled How to Submit Bugs to the OpenSimulator Project. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the Surreal Museum region and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and our audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2:30 to 3 o'clock p.m. session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called How to Submit Bugs to the Open Simulator Project. Our speaker is Kayaker Magic. Kayaker Magic has been a reporter for OpenSim for many years and submitted many bug reports. He gave a presentation at OSCC several years ago about the sad, sorry state of weapons development in OpenSim to bring attention to some of the bugs. Things are much better now. He is a prolific writer of LSL scripts for OpenSim, and you may have seen some of his work all over the metaverse and possibly all over the stage. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Hi, everybody. As you all probably know, OpenSimulator is an open source project written and maintained by volunteers. But the people writing the code cannot test every facet of this huge project. They depend on reporters to try everything out, verify when things are fixed, and report new issues. Any of us can be reporters, but to be effective, there are procedures you should go through. Don't just whine, something doesn't work, fix it. You should go through several steps to submit a good bug report. And that's not easy, which I'll probably say several times. It's hard to do a good job, and so I'll go through the steps with some more stories of experiences I've had reporting bugs in OpenSim. And I hope to encourage more people to help improve OpenSim by reporting bugs, and I hope to show you how to improve the quality of your bugs, of your bug reports. So here's the outline of the process. When you notice something is wrong, you should try and learn as much as you can about it to gather information. There's a process called submitting a mantis. And later, I highly recommend that people who report bugs go to the OpenSim Open House developers meetings. And when your bugs are hopefully and quickly fixed, you can test your bugs and report back to the developers to tell them what a great job they're doing. And then you can mark your Manus bug reports as having been fixed. The first step in gathering information is it's probably best to check and see if somebody else has already reported a problem that you've seen. So here's the URL, opensimulator.org/mantis. That is the hub of tracking and checking bugs in OpenSim. There's a button on that called View Issues, and it has a lot of options for narrowing your search. But the most important thing is a text search box where you can type something like slow mesh or hypergrid failure or the name of an LSL function like llgetTime, and it will tell you if other people have reported bugs about this, and you can read those. And if you have information to add to a bug report that's already there, then there's a box for adding a note to the end of an existing bug report. So what other information do you need to collect? The most important thing is probably to try and find a way to get problems to happen on demand. And this is the hardest thing about submitting bugs. And if you can get a bug to happen on demand, this is absolutely fantastic, because then the developers can make it happen and they are able to fix it much faster. If you are a scripter like me, it's a bit easier to find ways to get bugs to repeat. For example, you may say, every other time I go to a particular region, mesh doesn't res. Well, every other time is great. Often problems don't happen every time, don't even happen very often. But a script can do something 1,000 times in a second and exercise the system very, very hard and get problems to happen. Although I would discourage you to submit a 2,000 line free vehicle script that you got from SL with a note that says it doesn't work. The developers are not going to debug your bad script for you. I like to say that a lot of the free scripts that you get from OpenSim are worth a lot less than you paid for them. An example of a script that I had noticed a problem in a function called LListen in the library, and except it didn't hardly happen very often. Once it happened, it was very repeatable. But as soon as you restarted your region, it would start. If things would start working correct again, and so I was at a loss for a long time as to how to fix this problem with listen, until I tried to write this toy here, which is a device for painting prims in the air. And it turns out that every segment of the line in this thing I'm drawing in the air is requires that each segment create a listen channel and then talk to the main HUD that I'm wearing, and then after a while, listen would stop working. And so I was able to pare this down and down and down until I had a very small script that ran, that called LListen 1,000 times. And on the 600th call, it started to fail. And then when I submitted a bug with that script saying, here's how to get it to fail every single time, within 24 hours, Ubit, and thank you, Ubit, was able to fix that bug. And then this toy here that draws in the air, I had this lying around for a while, and I wasn't able to sell it on the Kitely market because it always crashed whenever people tried to use it. Now I'm able to sell this on the Kitely market, and it works in any region that has upgraded, fortunately, to OpenSim 0.9.1. So when you have gathered information about your bug, you need to fill out a Mantis form. Well, here are the steps of filling out a Mantis form, but let me try and show you what the Mantis form looks like. You probably won't be able to read that. But this is what it looks like, and I'll go through the parts of it. You get to this page from that main page that I gave you the link to earlier by clicking on the Report Issue button. By the way, you probably will need to create an account in the Mantis, and once you have created an account there, then congratulations, you are a reporter now. So there's a category box where you tell, there's a drop down, and you get to choose whether this is an issue with the scripts, whether it's an issue with the physics engine, whether it's an issue with the OpenSim core, or and a few other issues that have to do with the main server code that most of us don't deal with. But there are a lot of choices there for that box. There's a button for reportability, or reproducibility, and hopefully that's always. And I'd like to say that this form is obvious and you just fill in the boxes, but there are some that have always annoyed me. For example, there's a box that says OS. Does that stand for OpenSim, or actually no, it turns out that stands for operating system. And there are a couple boxes like for your Git number. And well, what is a Git number? How do I get a Git? And most of us, at least I didn't used to know what a Git number was, and so I couldn't fill in that box. But for the most part, you can skip the confusing boxes. There is a line to fill out saying what is a one-line short description of your problem, like mesh loads slow in region LBSA Plaza. That would be a short description, and then a longer description saying what the problem is. And there's a separate box for how do you reproduce it, which I keep saying is the most important box. And then there's an additional information box, and what I usually stick in that box is a script. And of course, down at the bottom of this form somewhere, there's a submit button, and then you have submitted a bug to help the developers figure out what's going on in OpenSim. It's a huge project, and you might say, well, why don't the developers find the bugs for us? And well, the debuggers are busy fixing things, and it's a huge project, and they are crowdsourcing the search for bugs by asking the rest of us to help out. So you can be a big help by doing a concise job of reporting the things that you see go wrong. So one of the important things that I think you should do after submitting a bug report is to start showing up at the open house developers meeting, which takes place in OS Grid in a region called called Dev Outreach. And Dev Outreach has a couple of wonderful features. It is a sandbox, so you can actually test your bugs there. And it is also rebuilt automatically most evenings. And so after a bug has been fixed, you can go to Dev Outreach and test your bug again to make sure that your bug has been fixed. And of course, you can talk to the developers there. And so I like to, when a bug hasn't been fixed yet, I like to go to the developers meeting and ask them every week, have you fixed my bug yet? Have you fixed my bug yet? And eventually they get so annoyed that they fix my bugs just to make me shut up. And actually, sometimes the developers are supposed to get an email whenever something is changed in the Mantis system. But sometimes they miss those. And for example, I was showing up at dev meetings every week. And there's one developer, Robert Adams, who I've seen around here today. He may be listening to me right now. And Robert Adams was the developer responsible for the Bullet Sim physics engine. And I found a couple of problems with the Bullet Sim engine, and I submitted them as Mantis-I, which is, I don't know exactly what the plural of Mantis is supposed to be, but Mantis-I is fun. So Robert Adams showed up one day at one of these meetings, and I said, oh, Robert, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Have you looked at my 3 mantises about Bullet Sim? And he said, what? He said he hadn't noticed them. He didn't know they were there. And during the meeting, he went and he read them, and he said, oh my God, you're right. That is an interesting problem. And within several weeks, he'd fixed them. So showing up at the dev meetings, even when you're not trying to annoy them, is a good thing to do to make sure that they are aware of. Sometimes they'll be aware of your problems, and they won't have time to work on them, or they won't want to. And if you're signed up for the developers emails, you'll get emails whenever your Mantis is updated. So you might see the developers adding a note to your bug saying, this isn't a bug, this is a feature. Something that I forgot to mention earlier is that when you before you report a bug, one of the pieces of information you might want to gather is to try running it on Second Life. Try running it on an older version of OpenSim. Kitely was on OpenSim 0.8 for a long time, and it was often helpful to try your bug on Kitely or some other 0.8 region, and you might find several of those on the OS Grid. There's a lot of dusty corners to OS Grid that have old versions of OpenSim on it. But I would try my bug on Kitely, try my bug on the latest version. And if it worked on Kitely and it didn't work in 0.9, then ho, 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 it was a new bug they had introduced, and that was valuable information. And if the bug was there in both of them, it meant that the bug had been around for a long time, and that was also useful information. And so finally, when bugs are fixed, it's not the responsibility of the developers to follow around behind you and close your mantises. So if you are paying attention and going to the dev meetings and testing your bug, then you can go to the Mantis page and mark your bug as fixed. One thing that I did to try and get bugs fixed was in 2005, I gave a talk that I joked was it designed to embarrass the developers into fixing some bugs. That you heard that at the beginning, the sad, sorry state of weapons development. And as a result of that talk, the developers did in fact fix a bunch of bugs in weapons. And so I was thinking it might be fun to go postal and stand up here in front of the audience and shoot at them with a weapon, but that would not go over well. So what I have here is it's sort of a weapon. It's based on my snowball tosser. Uh-oh, that is not the right. This was actually developed a couple of years ago. I had the idea of doing a performance here on the stage of giving the audience a toy that threw tomatoes. So you could throw a tomato at somebody in the audience, or the audience could throw tomatoes at me if I said too many times, and then that would tell me that they didn't like my talk. And then I have another similar device that instead of throwing tomatoes, it throws roses. So if you liked my talk, then you would throw roses at me. And this is the rose tosser. Uh-oh, that's not the rose tosser. So it would throw roses like this. Oops, I missed. And then the audience could throw roses at people. I'm not, there they are. Now I see the roses. And to indicate that they liked the speaker. So that unfortunately didn't work because the audience isn't allowed to run scripts. So getting back to things you can do about OpenSim, one of the things you can do is you can install your own development version of OpenSim. Like I will go and recompile OpenSim on a server in my barn every week before the meeting, so I know what changes have been made in OpenSim lately, and then I can test on that recent version. Of course, if you don't have a spare server or the skill to install OpenSim, and it turns out it's fairly easy to compile an OpenSim and install it. One way to make it easier is to install a region on OS Grid, where Dan Banner does most of the heavy work of getting the asset server and the login servers and the central part of OS Grid to work. And all you have to do is add a region one at a time on your computer on your PC or on the server in your barn, and that way you can test with a recent version. And another thing you can do, and this is really advanced, is to learn to program in C# and try fixing bugs in OpenSim yourself. So instead of just saying it's broken, fix it, instead of saying it's broken and here's how to make it break and here's a script that makes it break, the next more powerful thing to do is to say it's broken and here is a patch that will fix it. But I have some bad news for you that the developers are very protective of OpenSim, and they will not accept your patches easily. And sometimes they will. I have never had a patch accepted, although a couple of times when I have submitted a patch saying here's a way to test to see if it's okay to call a function before you call it, and they rejected my patch. But then UBIT found a way to test these things that was better than what I imagined, and so submitting a patch at least got UBIT thinking about how to test for whether or not you can call a function, and that ended up working out really well in the end. Now I have a sort of a sorry story to tell, and that is that reporting bugs to OpenSim is kind of a leap of faith. That it's an investment in the far distant future. after a bug is reported, it may take a while to fix it. After it is fixed, it's sometimes years before a new version of OpenSim is released. And then it's years before many people update their regions. Like I said, OS Grid is full of regions with old versions of OpenSim still running on it. And then sometimes it's years before commercial grids update to a new release. Kitely, for example, has fortunately updated to 0.9, and I'm real happy to see that. And unfortunately, I'm a merchant in the Kitely marketplace, and that means that if I find a bug tomorrow and I submit it to the developers and they fix it, it's going to be a while before it will percolate into all the systems out there. It might be years before I could sell a product that uses a function that I had to report a bug in, and that's so that seems like a thing that might discourage you from submitting bugs. But patience and faith has eventually paid off for me, and it has. I have been around long enough that I've been able to sell that paint in the sky primitive tool, and things continue to get better, and I hope that things will continue to get better and even get better faster in the future, because more of you will be reporting bugs.
Okay. All right. We need to wrap it up.
Yep, that was the end.
Links. Okay, I can see the links you've got, and while everyone looks at the links, thank you, Kayaker, for a terrific presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, we have a break, and the next session begins at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region and is entitled The Creativity Panel. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the Surreal Museum region and the sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker and our audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. I have the wrong one up. My apologies. Hang on a second. A little
3:30.
time, 3:30. Well,
So
channeling
close.
the future. And now, hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3:30 session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a session called the Creativity Panel. Our hostess is Maria Koroloff, and she is joined by her fellow panelists, Lisa Laxton and Mike Laurie. Maria Koroloff is a published author and covers artificial intelligence for CIO Magazine and cybersecurity for CSO Online. She's also the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009. During her 20 years as a journalist, she's run a business news bureau in Shanghai, covered wars in the former Soviet Union, and wrote about local politics for the Chicago Tribune. Lisa Laxton is the research and development visionary and CEO of Open Simulator Community focused foundation called Infinite Metaverse Alliance, IMA. She is also the president of Laxton Consulting LLC with experience in providing various virtual world technology solutions for education, research, business, and defense clients. Mike Laurie is a versatile entrepreneur with extensive virtual world, virtual finance, management, and IT experience. He built one of the top 25 virtual reality development companies in Second Life in 2006 with less than $200 in startup capital, reaching $250,000 in annual revenues in less than a year and providing the first virtual stock exchanges. Please check out the website located at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed, and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. And welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you for that introduction. Hi, everybody. This is me again. For those of you who are here for the panel earlier today about the hypergrid, today we're going to talk about creativity in OpenSim, and we've got two very highly creative people here on the stage with me today. Now, OpenSim is a great place for creativity. The land costs are low or free, and hypergrid travel means that you can have a home-based region that you can build on to your heart's content and invite people from all over the universe to come and visit it, which is really, really cool and fantastic for creators. And there are also lots of grids that are out there that focus on creativity and the arts and everything else. Before we get to all that, we're going to be discussing these topics later on. First, I want to ask Lisa Laxton to talk a little bit about her work as a consultant and her work for the Infinite Metaverse Alliance. And she works with education, business, research, and defense clients and building projects. And so she's interested in collaborating to advance virtual world technology and improve accessibility. And her latest project is the Magnolia Gardens of Knowledge. So Lisa, can you talk to us about what you're working on these days?
Sure. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Lear and Mike and everyone here at the conference. I see Terrence out in the audience. Welcome to OpenSim. I hope everybody is staying safe and healthy. First, what is Magnolia Gardens of Knowledge? Let me talk about that. My mother, one of the original founders of IMA, who loves to garden, had a vision where users would be able to learn about plants and flowers in a virtual world. This inspired me to design Magnolia Gardens of Knowledge, and it is dedicated to her. But I took the design quite a bit further so that not only could users do that, but could also learn to use the viewer if they are a new user, to interact with digital teaching assistants that I call DITAs. These are NPCs when an educator is not available, and experience a live interactive virtual garden with task-oriented attendant NPCs, and I'll talk more about that. I wanted to find a creative way to provide a demonstration of how educators could use virtual worlds to teach non-virtual world skills in just about any topic. So I proposed a design to some of the IMA community as an IMA community project and for some help. To accomplish this, we decided to use new avatars for the NPCs and the open source Satyr Farm project. We had many flowers and plants to make, so it became a team effort where others helped build the objects. You'll see some of the images from Magnolia Gardens on the screen behind me. And we also needed to create the gardenscape and the new avatars that we would be using. So I want to give great thanks and a shout out to Rosa Alexieve, Timberwolf, and Joe Quirian for their help on this project.
What makes this project different from other gardens that you can find in OpenSim?
Yeah, that's a good question. What makes it unique? I've got a long answer for that, so bear with me. This is a demonstration of using OpenSim affordances, or DITAs, to provide introductory learning about any topic with concrete, visible parts. It introduces the parts, here, garden plants, showing 3D images of them in a typical location, which is situated learning. The garden shows a virtual place can be set up to introduce the subject. Almost any course of instruction begins with at least one unit about the parts. The learner should be able to name any instance of an important part and should be able to find instances of a part when given the name. If the part has normal locations, the learner should initially seek instances there, but the locations could change, and we did that intentionally. The 4 DITAs interactively teach users about the basics of using the SceneGate viewer, which is an IMA project, and to interact with the virtual world while learning real-world processes associated with harvested garden items as an example use case. These were developed using first-generation adaptive AI. Each user experience is different because they have many paths of learning that they can follow when they interact with the DITAs. Adaptive AI is more than just a chatbot, but it has a limit of permutations based on the number of choices that the users have. This is well suited for self-paced learning, which was behind the design. The next generation research will integrate DITAs with an external AML server. For those who don't know what that is, that's artificial intelligence markup language, to add intelligence to the DITAs. So DITA 1 right now teaches the basics of navigation and camera zoom. DITA 2 teaches sitting, working with your AO, how to use your sound controls and your camera tools. DITA 3 teaches advanced object interaction with a real-world process simulation. And DITA 4 teaches the user how to get and attach a wearable rod to go fishing from inventory and to use voice. So we had a fun time when the Virtual World MOOC folks came to visit last year. I believe we had one user who found out she lost her fish because she was too far away from the fish bucket when she caught it. Now, more DITAs are planned for advanced social skills. New users need to learn, like buying and wearing clothes, using a HUD, driving vehicles, and dancing. These are things that most of us really take for granted because we've been in virtual world for quite some time.
Now, you mentioned that you also simulate some real-world processes in this garden. Are they biological processes or more? And are they interactive with the people who come and visit?
Well, first we have to talk about the interactivity, and then we can talk about the process. There are 5 task-oriented NPCs. You may recognize some of these from the Set of Farm project in terms of what they do, even though we made new NPCs for that purpose. What's different about them versus the regular Set of Farm NPCs is each of these have their own specialty. They're custom programmed to tend the garden objects in different ways, and this has been adapted from that project. R2D2 tends to crops. Azalea tends to flowers and plants. Anemone tends to the animals. Antonio tends to the trees. And Armin is learning to tend to the grounds. The items chosen by the NPCs to plant and harvest are randomized. The planted items are not identified in text like they are with the standard Set of Farm items. This forces the learner to learn about the plants near the entrance that are linked to authoritative web pages from the National Gardening Association. Learners can do the same things the attendant NPCs can do if they're not wearing a group tag because the garden does not belong to a group, unlike the standard Set of Farms. So users or learners can learn from the NPCs and by doing.
And this is about the real world simulations, not
Right.
just the things
Right.
you learn about OpenSim, but about actual world stuff.
Right. Now, we take that a step further into an actual process simulation. The user enters the Magnolia Gardens in a cave with buildings on each side. Now, one side of the building has what I call advanced tools. These interactive objects emulate items like a sun jar, cooktop, juice press, a dehydrator, a fine grinder, an infuser, cold storage, dry storage, and of course water sources. Some of these items don't exist in the Set of Farm project objects. So we created those and then provided the scripting behind them. On the wall, there's a map of these tools along with a tutorial and a process flowchart. So learners can follow the written tutorial to learn to make apple cider, or they can interact with DITA3 to learn about and how to make essential oils. And this is based on real world information. So not all the ingredients needed for the different recipes are contained in the cold and dry storage. To get some ingredients, you need to learn to make them by following the extraction processes. So a new user is actually engaged in a real world simulation, but they're also learning to work with the objects interactively. With this type of self-paced learning, users gain knowledge and skills for both virtual and non-virtual worlds. So some learning principles include social learning, situated learning, spatial memory, concept maps, and roadmaps. It's likely we will spin off similar projects for other topics, including role play. So this is a work in progress.
All right. Now, if people want to visit, the hypergrid address is up on the screen, and I'm going to post it in text chat below. Are there any other places that people can go to find this work that you're working on?
Well, to visit Magnolia Gardens, right now we have the fully interactive NPC sim is over in the development region that is accessible. But if they visit the Magnolia Gardens that's contained in IMA Outpost Alpha, they can interact with all of the DITAs, and that gives them a good start. They can also interact with the garden plants. But the NPCs that are attending the garden are not active right now. They will be very soon.
Oh, very cool.
We'll be updating that after we finish a little bit more testing of some customizing that I've been doing. Now, there is a video of the full interaction here at this link that I posted in chat. That is part of our playlist from the IMA YouTube channel. And Selby also has a blog article he wrote after the Virtual World MOOC visit last year, and you'll see a link to that article in chat as well. Now, I would love to have more visitors, get more feedback, and I'm happy to answer any questions and consider new topics.
All right, please, if anybody has any questions, you can put them in local text chat, and we can get around probably after we finish the introductions.
Did you see the quest? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were wanting them. Go right ahead.
And Lisa, somebody's asking you for contact information, and she's already posted it in the local chat. So that was pretty fast. I want to introduce Mike. Yes?
Maria, just a minute. I know I missed some questions. I can see the last one, something about business processes. I'm open to ideas, so contact me because I have a bunch of them on my top of my head. Go ahead.
All right. So here we have this robot, half robot, sitting on the blue couch is Mike Laurie. He is the CEO of Galactic Systems, which is a software development company focusing on VR, AR, and blockchain technologies. And some of you might know him from Second Life, where he built one of the top 25 virtual reality development companies with $250,000 in annual revenues in less than a year, 53 regions full of paying customers. He's also behind the first virtual stock exchanges and helped capitalize dozens of other virtual businesses. But today he's going to talk about some of his projects in OpenSim, and he has a lot of projects going on. He teaches a Blender class every Sunday about how to use Blender, which is a free 3D modeling program. He also chairs the exhibits committee of the International Spaceflight Museum, and he's helping build a new Star Wars role-playing community, which all sound super interesting. And let's start with the most useful one, the Blender classes. Can you talk about Blender and why it's important to creators in OpenSim and how you got into all this?
Well, I joined Kitely in 2016 after a number of years away from OpenSim, just because I wanted to create scenery for the cover of a novel I had written, and I discovered that there wasn't content available to create the scene, so I had to make it, and using the in-world building tools wasn't to the fidelity I wanted, so I had to learn how to use Blender. So at the time there was a group, a Blender teaching group, and I learned Blender with them, and eventually I wound up taking over that group. And it's really essential to know some type of modeling application to build efficient builds for OpenSim. One of the problems in Second Life and OpenSim is that most of the lag comes from the inefficiencies of the builds. The in-world building tools are great for people to learn to build, but as meshes, they're extremely inefficient, and they cause a lot of computational burden on the computer and the server. That is the main source of lag, other than other communications-based sources that we deal with. And so that was why eventually Linden Lab enabled people to create mesh for Second Life, and now we can do it in OpenSim. Is that a mesh is far more efficient. You can render the same shape for 10 to 20% of the number of vertices and triangles that you can render the same object built with prims. And because of that, you can have a lot more detail in the things you build if you make it with mesh, and you can have more stuff in the same land area. So it reduces lag for everybody, and at the same time it increases standard frame rate performance for people. So you don't need a super high-end computer as much now as it used to be in Second Life. Just trying to go on the mainland in Second Life used to be terrible with the amount of lag if you didn't have a top-end machine. So every Sunday, 6 p.m. in the Space Force region in Kitely, we sit down and we do screen sharing on a media on a prim, and I'm show step by step through different steps of processes of using Blender for different functions to create mesh for OpenSim.
That's really cool. You get a lot of people coming to these classes?
It varies from week to week. We range from between 2 to sometimes as many as a half dozen. Getting the word out more is important. And I'm not the only person who teaches there. Occasionally we get kayaker coming in to talk about a given topic. One of the we teach everything from the basic intro to using Blender up to much more advanced things like rigging, mesh for avatar shapes and clothing and so forth, which is a very advanced topic that's particularly given issues with the various plugins for creating rigged mesh. We've been helping to reverse engineer that process to make it easier so that people can make rigged mesh without buying the Avastar plugin. So they'll be able to do rigged mesh completely with just the free Blender application.
Now, the announcements are posted on the Kitely calendar, so
Yes,
people can find out what events are happening and what the schedule is?
Yep.
All right. And I've posted a link to one of those announcements in the chat here. So if people don't know how to find Kitely announcements, they can just click on that.
I'm sorry. Yes, it was 4 p.m. The 6 p.m. is another meeting. So the other thing is we mentioned the International Spaceflight Museum, and that's what we have a 6 p.m. meeting on Sundays in Kitely for that. And so we build spacecraft, rockets, all sorts of exhibits to document and educate people about the entire history of human spaceflight, not just from the U.S., but from all countries. And so it's a real educational resource, not just for OpenSim, but for people bringing, different schools into school classes into OpenSim, particularly in the current era. It's a great educational resource for school kids. And so one of the things that we need to do is we just expanded what we have from 2 regions that were, I believe, 2 by 2s in size, each one, and we've expanded to an 8 by 8 mega region. And so we're doing a big expansion in our exhibits. We have the normal rocket exhibit sim, and then we have a Mars colony exhibit that we've been working on recently, and we're going to be expanding to have a lunar colony exhibit and Europa and Titan and some other locations around the solar system. And so one of the things we've been implementing is a bidding process so that when we have a need for exhibits, we can put up a request for proposals to the public, and so that anybody can submit a bid to build an exhibit for us, and they can specify how much they need to be paid for it, and we select the winner based upon what they're offering to build and for how much. And so anybody that's interested in participating in this competitive bidding process can attend our Sunday 6 p.m. ISM meetings in Kitely in the ISM sandbox region any Sunday. So this Sunday, next Sunday, etc., and sign up. And so you'll get notices when we have RFPs going out, and you can bid for this on a paying basis.
Thank you. I just posted a link to that as well as to the Kitely calendar, so people can see both of those events are listed on the Kitely calendar.
Great.
Yeah. So now you also talked to me about you're working on role-playing projects, and can you talk about what you're doing to bring role-playing groups into OpenSim?
Well, I'm a big Star Wars nut and sci-fi nut, as you can probably tell from my avatar. I used to do Star Wars roleplay in Second Life, and since coming to OpenSim, given the much more affordability of working in OpenSim than Second Life, it's I've wondered why we don't get more people and groups migrating from Second Life to OpenSim, because most of the role-playing groups content is built by the players themselves, and they should be able to port it pretty easily. So this is starting to happen. We're seeing, for instance, there's been a large migration recently of pirate combat groups from Second Life coming into OpenSim. They're particularly with the advent of the mega regions in Kitely, they're seeing a lot joining Kitely there because of the large size and the smooth operations of Kitely regions. And so I run a sim called Naboo, which is modeled on the planet in Episode 1 of Star Wars. And so I've built a full-scale model of Gunga City, where Jar Jar Binks and his people are from. And so we've been, slowly building up Naboo over time. And there's another sim owner is starting. He's got a couple regions of his own that he's been opening up. And so we're hoping to encourage more people who are interested in various role-playing to get together to, try to organize. Part of role-playing, aside from creating the content, is building the community. And so you need to have, the groups together. You can't just be the creators sitting down creating the stuff. You need to have people who, want to role play with it and getting people involved in that. And so, given the current conditions, it seems like, a lot of us have a lot more free time on our hands now indoors than we used to. And so it seems like a great time where role playing is something that can really help us occupy our time and while maintaining social connections and so forth. So I invite people to join us if you're interested in science fiction role play, to join with us. There's the Pirates groups. And if there's other role-playing groups, we'd love to hear from you and try to build a broader role-playing community in OpenSim.
Now, for people who don't know, I want to explain a little bit about mega worlds. This is Kitely's answer to variable-sized regions. A lot of grids offer similar packages. Kitely's has some interesting performance enhancements. So you get, for $100 a month, you get 64 regions, which is less than $2 a region. You get 150,000 prims, and you have up to 80 avatars on this land area, which is all, it's all like, basically it acts as one big giant region that's 8 by 8. So that's really new. Kitely just rolled that out this fall. So now Kitely isn't the only grid where stuff is happening. So I want to talk to both of you about what you're seeing on the OpenSim grids. We have Franco Grid and Craft and OS Grid are well known for museums and art exhibits and other sort of events. And we have low cost things that people run on their own servers or self-hosted regions that they attach to OS Grid for free, and as well as niche private grids. So Lisa, can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing? And especially, I know you wanted to say something about private niche grids.
Sure. The one thing I have to say is I can't recommend any one place to go visit because there is so much creativity out there, and I don't want to say that, oh, this is the grid that does art and this is the grid that does music and so on and so forth, because there are individual creators that have regions and parcels that have done some amazing things that you wouldn't even know to find on those grids. So the key here is that most of the grids out on the hypergrid are niche grids. They do have themes that go along with them. They're not trying to be the next Philip Linden, the next Second Life or whatever, because that has been tried and it failed, because this is a decentralized protocol, and that makes it really good for niche grids. But from a home-based grid perspective, there are some trade-offs from a community perspective. But the community, I believe, needs to come together and find some solutions to those negatives that we do see, where you may have a non-technical person administering a grid and they, create some issues that might impact the hypergrid protocols in terms of the way they may modify their databases, et cetera. We do need to find some trade-off solutions.
Now, if you're looking to find events that are happening, such as music events or art events, one of the most popular places, OpenSimWorld.com. I've posted a link to their events calendar. And they also have directories of regions organized by category, such as, for example, art. And I posted the link to their art category. And there's a few other directories and lots of Facebook groups. Google Plus used to be the place, but that's been shut down. So now there are several Facebook groups. If you search for OpenSim, they will come up. And there's a lot of events happening throughout that you can look for. Mike, would you like to add anything about what you're seeing?
Well, from a role play perspective, there's another big role play community. There are Star Trek role players on the Third Rock grid, which is a nice, I would say it's a small to midland grid, very user-oriented and the kind of science fiction-y orientation in a lot of its content. Good people run that, so I can recommend that. In terms of event notifications, there used to be a service called Hype Events, which basically
that still exists.
They still exist.
Oh yeah,
Their boards seem to stop working, but they're great because they aggregate the event postings of a lot of different grids, so it's easy to have those all put together without one of the. I love the
There's
Open
just
Sim
a different
World
host
site.
now. You probably just need the new link.
Okay, that's great to hear. The Open Sim Grid site is a great place. The one thing that annoys me about that is I have to keep going in and renewing my events every week, and
Yeah.
they so it's there's also.
There's no repeat posting. That's annoying.
So if they could do something where it would be easier to have repeat events without having to redo that all the time, it would be a big help, I think. But so yeah.
Event promotion is a big topic that I think as a community we might be able to come up with a little bit better solution than what's out there now.
So I posted the link to Third Rock Grid in chat, and I also posted the new link to the Hype Events calendar, so you can subscribe to that as well.
On Third Rock Grid, just one other note: the Star Trek group, which is United Federation Starfleet, is also associated with the Second Life group.
Okay, so now there's also quite a few niche grids like Nara's Nook for writers. There's science fiction themed grids. There's a new vampire grid that just popped up. And if you have an event that you'd like to promote or anything like that, in addition to posting in directories that are listed, you can also get a free ad on Hypergrid Business. If you want to write up your event or promote an event that's coming up, you can submit an article. All this is free. Please, you're welcome to do that. I'm going to post my email in chat so that we can do that. And there's also the Hyperica directory, which is now owned by Fred Beckinson. That also has an in-world system that works with the viewers as well. So one of the things that comes up when creators talk about OpenSim is the question of content protection. There's a feeling, I think it was especially strong maybe 10 years ago, that people weren't safe, that content wasn't safe in OpenSim. And can you guys talk about that? Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a really complex topic and it really needs its own panel session. So I had it in my mind after some discussion with quite a few people before the conference that we really need to host a panel on that. And I'm open to anyone who would like to talk to me about their ideas on how we might want to put that panel together. We really do need to start looking at that from a developer's perspective, what we can do to help assure merchants that their content is not as acceptable as they believe.
Mike?
I find it interesting when people in Second Life denigrate OpenSim and claim that everybody here are a bunch of copybotters. And outside of one particular grid I won't name, I haven't met any other copybotters in OpenSim. But I find it interesting that they claim that everything here has been stolen from Second Life. Well, if Second Life wasn't so insecure, then nothing here would be stolen. And so really, if we're going to keep OpenSim connected in any way technologically with the Second Life platform, the onus really is on Linden Lab to make their grid more secure for content creators. And if otherwise, the people of OpenSim really should have a conversation and make a decision about whether to stay technologically connected to Second Life in their platform, or to go off and to modify the OpenSim code base to make it more secure. And by doing so, this would make OpenSim a greater value proposition to people than Second Life is, and it would attract more people to come here than to stay in Second Life.
Right.
Right. Now, people say that because you can give yourself God powers in OpenSim or teleport to a grid that has God powers in OpenSim, that it's easy to steal content here. But I want to set the record straight since I'm on the stage. You can copy bot anything in Second Life as easily as you can in OpenSim, and like Mike said, most of the stolen content is stolen in Second Life. That's where the content is. The only difference, the only extra thing you can do in OpenSim is scripts. If you have high-end scripted content, then God powers can give you access to that. So if you're a creator with very high-end scripted content, a type of business, I recommend that you can stick to grids that either are close to the hypergrid or restrict travel on the hypergrid to content, like Kitely does. They filter content that's not allowed to travel if the creator doesn't want to allow it to travel, and several other grids do the same thing. Or you can move the script server side. So the script isn't on the object itself, but it runs like somewhere else on your own servers so that the secret sauce of your application isn't accessible in world.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And this is where my comments from my previous panel really tie in here, is that utilizing encryption technologies like those used in blockchain is really essential to helping to secure the assets of the creators in OpenSim. Because with smart contracts on a blockchain, you can build into smart contracts the heuristics that will ensure that if someone, let's say I have a car and I put it on a smart contract on the blockchain and people buy it and someone reses it and they use a ripping app to copy bot the car, and then they try to turn around and they try to sell it as their own. Well, they've got to sell it through a smart contract on the same blockchain, and the blockchain sees their upload and it compares the mesh pattern, it can compare the textures, and so it can do a heuristic comparison of how the consanguinity of the two pieces of content and say, okay, this is 50% or 80% or 90% identical to this other contract. Do you, so you want to decline the upload or pay that contract a royalty. And so that way you can create this chain of royalties and enforce it through the heuristics of the smart contract system. And that protects creators' rights because it ensures that even if you try to bypass the whole blockchain by ripping and re-uploading, the heuristics of the smart contract system catch that and enforce a royalty system.
And the other thing that I want to add is that nothing gets rid of stolen content faster than good, inexpensive, legitimate content. We saw that happen with music and with videos because we have Spotify, we have Netflix, and the amount of illegal downloads, they're such a pain, they're hard to find, they're riddled with viruses. It's everybody has Netflix, everybody has Spotify. Similarly, in OpenSim, we have a lot of creators who are selling and giving away original, legally licensed content, and we have the Kitely market. So today I needed a pair of glasses, and instead of hunting around the hypergrid for it, took me a couple of seconds to go to Kitely, a few cents to buy it, and I have my glasses that you can see me wearing right now. And that is just, I think that's just awesome that OpenSim now has that because it's so valuable.
Right.
But there's one more thing I wanted to ask you guys before we go, and that's about OpenSim graphics and OpenSim technology. To me as a user, it doesn't seem to have changed that much over the past 10 years. We do have mesh now, but other than that, I'm not seeing a lot of differences in the way that OpenSim looks now than it did 10 years ago. Is this a handicap to creativity, or does this help creativity? Lisa, what do you think?
Well, that's an interesting question. From a technical perspective, obviously we need to update the viewers to support industry standard formats like GLTF and X3D. Creators can also include AI-powered chatbot as part of their creative project. And that can help us get up to speed with user expectations from a video game community perspective. That's what they're used to seeing. So we need to do something about quality. When you think about that quality of graphics, you look at it from a user's perspective. And Frank and I had a conversation about this in our meeting this past week. There was a study that he mentioned where users will accept and engage on platforms that either have low quality graphics or they have high quality graphics equally. They accept those as bad or good, and then they focus on the features of what they can do in the virtual world. Second Life and OpenSim suffer from being in between. So in my opinion, we can greatly improve the graphics and the user experience in OpenSimulator. Much of what we're working on at IMA are stepping stones toward that goal. We want to make it more attractive to millennial users. We need developers of tomorrow so that developers of today have someone to pass the torch to, so the platform is sustainable and we can grow that community of users. This in turn helps all of us attain our objectives, whether it's education, commerce, medical benefit, or socialization. So that's my 2 cents.
Mike?
Well, there's kind of two sides to that. Number one is complexity. Okay, people tend to put too much detail into the mesh when it doesn't need to be there. The first mesh I uploaded in Kitely when I first joined was a bong, and I was so impressed that I could upload a bong with 250,000 triangles in it. And I thought that was awesome, but it crashed my viewer because it was so complex. Okay, and people tend to, and like Green was mentioning in the comments that a lot of people just download junk off of free content download sites. But the problem is those meshes are very, very complex, and people just download it from the sites and they upload it to OpenSim and they upload it to Second Life, and it's highly complex, and it completely defeats the purpose of having mesh in OpenSim and Second Life, which is to make it more efficient so that there's less lag on the server and less lag on the viewer. And so we really need creators to be a lot more efficient about their mesh. So you can take a, $250,000 vertex mesh you download off of some free site, and with a few simple tricks you can learn in my class, so come on and attend, you can make that a much more efficient mesh that's maybe 20 to 10% of the total number of vertexes and triangles that are in whatever you downloaded, and that makes it much more efficient.
Mike, in the process of really optimizing their model and simplifying it so that it's a efficient triangle rendering, they also have the opportunity to fix all those flip faces and those holes in the mesh that are just prevalent in a lot of things that you get off of, some of these 3D modeling sites.
Yeah. Now, another side to it is in the texture rendering, okay? Now, in the old days, we had just one texture you could apply to each face of a prim, and that was it. And then you could, add a little shiny to it, and you could add a little bump map to it and so forth, but there wasn't any other textures you could apply. Well, now we can apply 3 textures. We can have the diffuse, which is the normal colored texture of the surface. Then we can have a normal, which is the bump map, and you can make a custom normal map image for the bump map of an object. And then we have what's called the specular, which is essentially deals with the shininess and the environmental reflections of the object. So you can have 3 different, and using multiple textures together like that is what we call in graphics physics-based rendering. And you can have complex textures for every feature of a rendered texture, whether it's the glow, whether it's the transparency, et cetera, et cetera. And we only use in OpenSim 3 of those types of textures, and we could have more. And the more of those you use, the more physically realistic the world will look like, okay? And secondly, there's another issue with the rendering engine in the browse in the viewer uses a color management system that is 30 years out of date. And this is something that I tell people that in Blender is that the color management that we are seeing on the screen here was designed for using on cathode ray tubes. It was not designed for use with LCD screens. And so because of that, the range, what's called the gamut of colors that we can see here is very narrow. All right. And now if we went from what's called sRGB color management model to what's called a filmic management model, we could, just that one change would make this whole scene look a lot more photorealistic. And that's something I encourage anybody in the audience that's on the OS viewer dev teams to try to work to change the color management model used by the viewers, because that one change will drastically change how great OpenSim looks.
Well, we're going to have to end that on this note, which is very disappointing to me because I'd love to get into discussion of VR and what OpenSim can do in that, because I always want to get into that discussion. But we don't. So like I said, you can email me. Lisa has also posted her email in chat if you have questions for us. And the slides are available online.
Thank you. And for those that have more interest in SceneGate viewer development, we'll be talking about that tomorrow morning. So be sure to attend that session.
All right. Fantastic.
Hey, and thank you, Maria, Lisa, and Mike for a terrific panel session. As a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 4:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Staging Effective Graduate School Residencies in OpenSim VR, Methodologies and Insights. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with the sponsor and the crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our panelists and to the audience.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for having us. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is great.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 to 5 p.m. session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called Staging Effective Graduate School Residencies in OpenSim VR, Methodologies and Insights. Our speaker today is Scott Dolphin. Scott is a graduate in high honors of the SUNY Empire State College Master of Arts in Learning with Emerging Technology program. He is an artist, a designer, virtual explorer, and researcher in the uses of online virtual reality for education and the development of collaborative communities of practice. Please check out the website found at the conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. As she pointed out, my name is Scott Dolphin. I am from SUNY Empire State College in Balmy, New York State, and this is my presentation on staging effective graduate school residencies in OpenSim VR. So, before I start, just a quick little bit of background on SUNY Empire State College. We are a decentralized university. We do have a main campus in Saratoga Springs, but we have unit offices all around the state. And we are the only campus with a full range of academic programs from an associate's degree all the way through to a doctorate in leadership and education launching next fall. Most of our attendees are over the age of 25, working professionals, raising families, serving in the military, and a majority of them are returning to college. So that means that the majority of our students have some mileage on them. They are not going to college just because their parents told them they need to. They're there with a vested interest. So every year, the SUNY Mallet program holds a residency. Now, what are residencies? Residencies are environments that are designed to allow cohorts to evolve where people can learn from one another. They are rooted in academic theory from Piaget to Vygotsky, and they're mandated in many professional environments, education, academics, and legal and business. However, residencies, as anyone knows who has staged a live event, cost money. They take venues, AV equipment, catering, staffing, swag bags, and print media, lots and lots and lots of print media. Whereas VR, as we are all experiencing here and now, offers affordances that are unavailable at many on-site events. So, attendees for these residencies, we started these residencies in virtual reality in 2018, and the first year we had 10 graduate students, and they ranged through K-12, higher ed, and working professionals. We had 4 faculty members, 6 alumni, 1 out-of-state guest, Selby, and the Dean of Graduate Studies. The following year, we had almost doubled the amount of attendees and increased some of our out-of-state guests, and the year after that, we were well over 45 attendees. We had grown considerably with our attendance. So this was something of a benchmark of success that we are getting more and more attendees here in VR. Now, the SUNY Mallet program, which is the Master of Arts in Learning with Emerging Technology, uses the Kitely grid. Now, I do not mean to seem this as a plug for Kitely. We use Kitely for a number of reasons. There are many great grids out there on the hypergrid, but Kitely provides us with a few things, not the least of which is it's very inexpensive. It's obviously, like most hypergrids, free to the students to download, but it's very inexpensive if you want to start to build in Kitely. The islands begin at around $15 a pop. And Kitely offers dedicated server space. So when you're hosting large events, the last thing you want to do is have your large event on the same server as everybody else popping in and out of OpenSim on that grid, because you're going to have some serious lag time. Kitely is also exceptionally good when it comes to responsive service. Even with some of my stupid questions, they get back to me within about 24 hours. Now, we host our grid, or we host our residencies on Marion Island. Marion Island is owned by Dr. Eileen O'Connor, and she is the program director for the Mallet program and is following me in the next presentation. And Marion Island is one of the larger grids. It's a 16 by 16 and will host up to 80 people. And as Dr. Eileen points out, she is a scientist, she's not a designer. So her island is kind of an agglomeration of OER resources that she's picked up over her 10 years in virtual reality that have kind of been gathered together to create these really interesting little vignettes. The island provides multiple zones for exploration and inspiration. And here in the images, you can see on the right side, she's got a desert oasis here. In the lower image, she's got this fabulous Crusader castle. And then up above, this is her auditorium space here. Now, the biggest problem that we have discovered, and I'm sure as anyone who has worked on OSCC here, is onboarding. Getting people loaded into VR is sometimes problematic. The number one issue that we encounter, unsurprisingly, is microphone settings. So to deal with this, we encourage pre-residency visits. Many of the attendees are in classes in virtual reality in the Mallet program already, so they've had a little bit of familiarity, but they're encouraged to come into Kitely and make sure they get themselves situated so they know how to operate. Many of the instructors will offer badges for students to come in and just demonstrate VR proficiency. And like anything in life, practice makes perfect. Now, as a way, we are an asynchronous teaching model. So we have to offer a number of different onboarding resources to get people into VR. And mind you, these are all VR newbies. They don't have quite the same experience that many of us here do. So we offer multiple channels of information for them. First and foremost is Dr. Eileen's website. Now, this is 10 years of knowledge that she has polished and fine-tuned and covers pretty much every situation that you're going to encounter in OpenSim. There's a reference for it here on the website. She also offers classroom events. As I've mentioned before, many of the students have had at least 1 or 2 events in Kitely before they get to the residency. There are in-world media scattered throughout Marion Island. There are tutorial billboards and links to outside sources. If you run into trouble, there are ways to find help there. Links to the YouTube tutorials, of course, there are a proliferation of those. And we have offered one-to-one tech support. We ask people to show up a little bit early. If they need some help, we can give them some. Now, the second issue that most people report in VR is navigation. Now, Eileen has designed her island to make it as simple as possible to navigate. The first thing she does is generally teach people how to use simple map teleportation. And to enhance on that, as you'll see in the bottom image here, all these floating numbers and pictograms above her island, these will show up in the map. So they're landmarks that give people wayfinding paths to find different resources on the island. Now, the agenda for most of these residencies is generally along the same lines. The goal here is to form a cohort with your fellow students and provide a view of some of the technology they have to choose from when they enter the program. So they're given an overview of emerging tech in entertainment, corporate America, and education, and a survey of how it's applied use. One of the favorite segments is an exploration of the intersections of art, science, and immersive learning demonstrated at Meow Wolf. And for those of you who are not familiar with Meow Wolf, I encourage you to go Google it and just look at some of the videos that are posted out there. It's a truly phenomenal experience. They're also given a review of virtual reality applications, immersive gaming environments and theory, augmented reality media, mapping, 360 cameras. We throw a lot of tech at them in this event. And they're given an introduction to the online collaborative graduate school community and available tech therein. That was a program I worked on over the summer. It was a collaborative community of practice website for the graduate students and alumni to meet together and just share ideas in an open forum. And over the years, at the end of each one of these events, we've always given them a quiz, what worked, what didn't work, and asked for feedback. And inevitably, we got the same response. They wanted more interactive activities. They had a brief taste of it just getting in and sitting down, but they wanted to see more. So for 2020, we provided them with some other activities. And 3 of us who are members of the Institute for New Paradigms, this is a group that Dr. O'Connor runs that kind of spitballs ideas of how to spread the gospel of web-based VR to the greater world, created these 3 interactive installations on the upper right corner of her island. And you'll see that we mark them here with big A, B, and C signs to be seen on the map. And for those who preferred to navigate by flying or walking, I also created these rotating giant arrows with our names and pictures on the side of them so you could see them from one side of the island to the other. And the 3 of us, it was myself, Bethany Winslow, who's up later tonight, and Sidearm Madonna, who I believe is somewhere in the audience, I saw him, created these individual installations, and we round robined the students through them and just kind of threw some interesting things at them to play with. Now, mine was an exploration of how VR can be used as a transmissive media. That's kind of what gets me going. How can we transmit information in world? And there's multiple ways to do this. It's you can link media to YouTube, and I use Google Arts and Culture a lot on prims. I gave them a bunch of simple scripted state change prims, things that would change color and location, size, shape, texture. These were all generated using the Conwiley script generator. And if any of you are not familiar with that, I would recommend you go find it. It's a great way to introduce students to scripting and how to script out state changes on a prim. And it's a lot of fun to play with. Bethany gave them an overview of other VR platforms outside of just the hypergrid. She demonstrated quite a few of them, Mozilla Hubs and the like. And she also had this really great interactive toy to play with, the Opinionator, where you could pose questions to the group and the avatars could then march to the individual zones that represented their opinion of the question. And then it produced a pie chart in the center. So it was a quick visualization or a polling tool that was, oh yes, it's there. Bethany used it and it's a lot of fun, the Opinionator. And then Sidearm created this really interesting exhibit using Bundler to demonstrate the use of QR codes and augmented reality experiences using your smartphone. So he was incorporating multimedia tech into the VR environment. You'd load Bundler onto your phone, you could scan a QR code, and it would pop up with this truly amazing augmented reality information. So the students were bounced from one activity to the next, and then we sent them back to the rest of the presentations. Now, the post-event discussions on this were very enlightening. There was a lot of discussion about the uses of AR and VR into their classrooms and professional lives. A lot of them recognized the benefits of VR, of being able to move out into separate breakout groups. At one point during the event, Dr. Eileen had sent them out to some of her different little vignettes that she had and just encouraged them to brainstorm how you might use a setting like that for an academic purpose. A lot of them recognized the high level of detail achieved in VR. We had a number of designers in the class who were very interested in exploring Blender and SketchUp as how to produce. There was a highly positive feedback overall. It was pretty much universal for the immersive nature of the event. Everybody really, really appreciated the fact that you were immersed in this environment and they bought into it. We had attendees from Buffalo to Long Island, from New Jersey, Texas, California, and we even had people coming in from Europe. A couple of attendees were homesick and were still able to participate safely, and that was a big plus. Nobody had any FOMO. It was comfortable and convenient. This were very often commented on. Nobody had to travel in horrible weather like we're having up here tonight. And social connections were made between the attendees and they were carried over after the event. So cohorts were formed, and that was the principal goal behind having this event. I'm a little behind on my slides here. Please forgive me. So, the interactive ABC exhibitions were the most consistently well received. So this really spoke to the idea that it is important to provide something to do beyond just sitting and listening. That was a comment we got the first year we hosted the event. Just like any other conference, you just find a seat and you listen all day long. So they really appreciated the ability to get up, to do things, to touch things, and to experience what VR can do. The second most commented on discussions were about Male Wolf and the intersections of exploratory interactivity, art, and education, and discussions about the use of game-based technology for education. These really got a lot of people's attention. So the insights that we got from this, it's important that you have to send out repeated advanced preparatory directions for signing up and downloading the appropriate VR. As I mentioned, most of our students are working adults. They're busy. If they don't take the time to properly download the viewer, they're going to have trouble on the day of. We required them to test their internet connections and computer speed and avatar controls well in advance of the VR event. We pre-scheduled help desk support and phone assistance in advance of the conference. I'll be honest with you, the most time I spent was with faculty, more so than the students. We asked the new users to arrive early. And we allowed, and this is important, we allowed time for exploration and breaks for interactive activities and just socializing and discussion. And then the elephant in the room that I have to point out is that not everyone is going to be suited to virtual reality. No matter how hard we try and how hard we encourage people, inevitably someone is going to have trouble and they're casting about for help in the middle of a discussion. And unfortunately, that's one thing we did not have at the time, is someone who could then take someone off to the side and maybe work with them. Most of the students or the faculty were already engaged with the production. So, So the conclusions and next steps, immersivity, interactivity, and connectivity really are the keys to success in staging a successful residency. A VR environment can provide the opportunities for connections to be established between colleagues and between ideas. And planning for in-person events requires considerably more time and expense than creating a good VR onboarding tutorial website and designating somebody to be an onboarding support technician. And in conclusion, the SUNY Empire State College Mallet Program and the Institute for New Paradigms will be continuing to extend and expand their work as more and more institutions and organizations recognize the potential of web-based VR. So thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you, Scott, for a terrific panel session. I did see some quick questions coming up in the audience around how your students dealt with the pandemic. Could you speak a little bit about that?
You know, I have to say, I think it worked to our benefit this go around, if only because so many people had been conditioned to video conferencing over the last 6 months that we didn't have quite as many microphone or sound issues as we have in the past. So that was kind of a silver lining to the situation. Everybody had, I think, a certain degree of online tech savvy that maybe they hadn't demonstrated as a whole in the past. So that was a good thing. As far as the rest of it goes, they seem to enjoy it more, obviously more than Skype. That was the one comment that we did see. It was less invasive than being on a Skype call, a video call.
Exactly. And we hear so much about people being zoomed out. So this is a perfect opportunity to get involved. But with that note, well, thank you so much, Scott, again. And as a reminder to the rest of the audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. And following this session, the next session will begin at 5 p.m. in this keynote region, and it is entitled SOS, Extended Environment Supports for Expansion and Educators Plea. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expos 3 region to find accompanying information on the presentation and explore the hypergrid tour sessions in OpenSimulator. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the 5 p.m. 5:30 session of the 2020 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called SOS, Extended Environment Supports for Expansion, an Educator's Plea. Our speaker is Dr. Eileen O'Connor. She is my mentor in VR, I am happy to say, and she is the director of the SUNY Master of Arts in Learning Through Emerging Technologies program. Please check out the website found at conferenceopensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and full schedules of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC20. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eileen O'Connor, and the brilliant gentleman who just spoke previously is one of the ones who has graduated from the Mallet program at SUNY Empire State College and really reflects well on the wonderful students we've had. And keep in mind, our students are not typical, going to college or going to graduate school as, mom and dad wanting them to. These are adults who have made strong commitments with their lives. And what I'm going to be doing is showing the kind of progress we've had as a program at SUNY with virtual reality, and then show some of the challenges. We want to grow. And what Scott just talked about was a conference that we've done locally, a residency, but we want to be able to do more. But Empire State College started into virtual reality way back in about 2005. I got involved in 2006. And Scott said, I'm the STEM person. I love this stuff. My background I had been a chemist. Then I worked for IBM for 10 years. And then I took a buyout and went back to school to combine both science and technology and went on for a PhD. So I bring that to the background. I love all things technical. I particularly enjoy the communication aspects, but I am not at all artistic. So what I need to do is work with teams. And so when we first started, Empire State College had funding for Second Life. We enjoyed it. My work itself, I was adventuresome, but at one point, the work I had done was so fundamental that they literally moved me into the sky and had other people develop a nice looking island, and Eileen had the Sky Island. Anyway, what happened was, funding didn't remain. And then when we did try to have our students work with Second Life, it was very limited. So what we eventually did was found something called OpenSim. And Kitely, we started with early on. You could get islands for very reasonable prices, and the students, not just the instructors, could develop. So what we've done since about 2012, and the master's program began shortly before that, we've had meetings there, we've had classes there, and Scott just talked about a virtual residency, which we've been doing now for 3 years. It's been very successful, and we keep on getting better at it. So not only that, we've really benefited from what many artists have made available to us and used those as jumping off points. Quite a number of students of almost half of our graduates have made their own islands and moved out on their own. But we still have a lot of challenges, which are kind of endemic in the business. So that's what I want to, let me go to my next slide, review here as we're looking at, let me see if I can get this all into view myself, looking at how do we continue to expand. And Scott mentioned too that the residency was supported not only by our efforts within SUNY, but we've had an Institute for New Paradigms, which started several years back, and we've brought in wonderful people who've continued to help us grow. Bethany, who will be speaking soon, has been a real supporter of our efforts. So we're seeing that partnerships can work. What I'm interested in doing now, though, we've been very fortunate with Kitely. They've done a wonderful job. And what I always, though, being a bit of a nervous Nelly and wanting to be able to have more control, want to understand how we can get to some of the next steps. So what I'm going to be doing now is simply just showing you something that I started as a mind map to look at where are those next steps. we have this institute looking at pieces of this. We've had some groundwork, and what we need to do now is how to start networking in others. And I was able to go to one of the meetings of the developers during a break and realize they're doing and looking at a lot of the same things that we're trying to start on a mini level. So we're looking at ways to partner, ways to find resources, ways to get well beyond, excuse me, what any of us know individually. So I went from the mind map. I was really actively working on this. So you're going to see mostly my mind map. It's not aesthetically beautiful. Again, I'm the STEM person. But what I'm trying to do is create a hub. This time I just am starting with Google Docs. And, was warned again because be careful of permissions. But I'm going to try to ask those of you who can start giving information relative to any of these pieces that I'm going to show. If you might, please jump into Google Docs, put it in the chat. I'll try to catch the chat, but start helping us populate these. So this is more my request for things I don't know how to do and could use help. So yeah, none of us can do it all, and certainly I can't. Now, this, I'm not, by the way, you will have all of these. I do have the slides, and I do have the Google Doc that came from this. But okay, I'll put the Google Doc in here. Now I was warned I'm going to have to ask you to be good, and if you wouldn't mind, the Google Doc. Well, the Google Doc took what this mind map has. I was using MindMeister's, very nice. You can populate the subsections, and then I pushed that out as a Word document, brought it up into Google, and went from there. And you'll see, I'd love to have a wiki someday, but I've been wondering what are the best types of wikis. So I'm going to put this out here, and let's see. Okay. There. If you feel inspired as you go through to populate any one of these sections, and I'd ask if you put your name on it. It's a Google Doc. If I work a lot with students, and I really encourage people to be creative. At this point, this is just to set a groundwork, see if there are others who might want to come in and, help me down the road. So just put your name in. I won't be able to get to it right away because I have 3 days of conferences that I have to hold at the school. So what I'm doing now is taking some of those sections that you saw. Yeah, and please put any recommendations. You'll see at the end, I'm going to really ask for good platforms, but I thought Google Docs I could get my head around. So what I'm trying to think of is, what is this hub? And we need to have shareable information, but it also has to be understandable. And now I'm thinking, I'm willing to monkey around with technology, but I'm not an expert in it. I listen, I learn about things, but I'm not an IT person. I would love IT people to be willing to work with us. So you're going to see here, I'm going to be asking for people to think. I'm looking at both an organizational level and a kind of a functional level, areas that I know we need, just because I've been doing this now for 15 years, and I know what students need. My population is adults are the students, but they in turn work with their own students. So the real audience are the students that my students work with, which couldn't be anything from high school teachers, elementary school teachers, corporate trainers. So I'm looking to create resources that can be used on many different levels. The first, though most consistent thing I have, when people land, they do not like the avatars. They don't like the fact that the clothing are skin tight. I try to go on and explain why they kind of have to be that way because of the way the models work, and that if they really want this flowing clothing, it's going to take a lot more money and expertise than I have. But I've been asking for artists to please sell us stuff that we can then, modify. But I don't have a lot of money. I work for a state university, and honestly, I pretty much fund myself on this. So what I'm looking for are ways, to get leverage, get more and more appropriate avatars. one of the first things I always hear is, these are over sexualized, they're, all sorts of problems. And so I'm sure you hear that. But consider that very often I'm really trying to expand over to K-12. There's a big need right now. And that's the first problem they all have. So I have a whole section. If you can fill it in, if you know artists who are willing to, for reasonable prices, maybe develop clothes, all of those things. So this is just kind of my plea of things that I need. And again, I just took screen captures of the different parts of the mind map that I had. So again, it's not aesthetically pleasing, but I had to actively work on this till the last minute. The IT systems. Now, I work for the State University of New York, which is big, and you think that they would be real helpful. Well, they just always aren't as helpful as I would like. So I have to be my own IT right now. So I'm looking for more information there. Kay McClellan was very good a couple of years back explaining what her IT department did. I wish I could say I have that. Now, I do work for the fourth largest SUNY, which is the State University in New York. It's a large school, but we're spread over the state, as Scott said. And so consequently, there isn't just a computer department I can go and buddy up with. So I'm looking for lots of things there. This is all the stuff that you guys know, the privacy issues, security, downloading, opening ports. I would love to someday have my own server, ideally run by the school, but there's a lot of different things. Hopefully I made that document open permissions. So we'll see if people aren't respectful, but I think, you're a bunch of adults and I can move comments out if they're inappropriate. So the IT department and avatars are things I can't do on my own. So, but what I want to do is also, as I think we all keep on talking about it, and we mean it on different levels, but we're pulled in many directions. Join up with others, but joining what they're doing and also sharing. Well, I have another one for sharing the tutorials, but shared projects, grants, even things like how do we acquire the institutional support. And again, my mind map had some arrows connecting things, so that's why you see arrows just showing up. They're not really meaningful in this context. We do have events. We have our Institute of New Paradigms, which we started about 3 years ago, which really is a mini think tank. And we've had a lot of projects created by students. And over the years, we've had really wonderful projects. Scott has done one of them, and he has a whole island dedicated to art history. So we have a base, but we need more. Now, this is really a big to-do list that I would like to have. The way the courses run that I have, I get them to kindergarten OpenSim. They're at kindergarten. But there are many more things that I'm not qualified to teach them. But students like Scott go on and take a second class where they do a lot of their own work. And, but I want to make that more official. There's a whole lot of things that I don't know. And I know there are community groups doing a lot of this. And so if you can help me by populating where these community groups are, where you might know there are free things. I love what Outworlding has. We find scripts and all that. But if you could help by putting in resources, places, that would be great. So, those are the areas that I can't really do on my own. But what I was thinking about, and I was at a little meeting where people were talking about this. Okay, as you get this together, right now I had to go down and dirty with what I could do, which is kind of always my approach. I start with proof of concept. I have to work too independently, so I have to go with what I can do. And so Google Docs is about what I can handle. I know there are a lot of other wikis that are available, but I went with a rather simple interface. But what I'm seeing, and I think this is kind of where I end, I'm going to show you, there are a lot more interfaces coming out for wikis and for community groups. And I think Bethany's going to be showing you some of these groups. There's AltSpace VR, there's Mozilla Hubs, and I think I have some pictures of other interfaces that might be a little more modern looking that I was hearing from another meeting here, how people are looking to find ways that the interface looks more up to date than some of the big wikis that we have historically. And I'm looking for things that can be on a couple of levels. Documentation is going to be very important. There can be the academic quality, but there can also be the user quality. And so what I'm going to do is, I'm almost through here, and I'm looking at the time. If people can jump in again, eventually I would like to have a coding system. So right now I'm starting out just with the basics, but down the road we'll find out who might want to contribute something on the user level, kind of tutorial level, but maybe somebody sees an academic level that they could be able to work with. So again, there are resources and there are other models. Not only are Mozilla Hubs and Allspace enviable because they have web-based interface, which also means they have very simplistic avatars at this point, but there's a feature I would love to see. Mozilla Hubs has something that you can send out an invite very easily, and you can use Twitter and other things as well. So when I'm putting together my wish list, I wish I could have some of these things. This is an example of some of the documentation. So as we get the different sections together, I think we should look also at how other people are presenting this and see if we can learn from what they're doing. And I interestingly heard that same discussion just earlier. So what I'm going to wrap this up with is, again, I think this should come back. Now, these were just at the end, I took some examples from other places just to show what their interface looks like. And I think I'm actually at the end of my slides. I'm going to go right back to the beginning for a minute to see if I can get to my phone, my access and my web and the emails. So what I'm doing is trying to lay out the groundwork of all, you saw my wish list, the things that I wish could get together, get different people together to work with this. Kitely's been wonderful, and but at the same point, you can't be so dependent on one vendor, particularly in the world today. So I think what I want to do is broaden out and get the partnerships, get better avatars, understand better the IT pieces. And if any of you could help, even just by putting in links or information that you know at this point, I would greatly appreciate that. And you don't have to commit for more, but if you want to join in later as I get a chance to assimilate this, I would appreciate it. And so I think I'm just about at my time limit here. And so thank you very much. And I will see if I can push out that URL again. Yeah. That should get you to the Google Doc. And if you can't get to it this evening, I'll try to make it available in the future. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to get my plea forward. I love this stuff, learned a lot more, and I'm 100%, I am the choir. So thank you for being part of the choir with me.
And thank you, Eileen, for a terrific presentation. Give her a big round of applause. Now, as a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next session will begin at 5:30 in this keynote region here and is entitled Using Browser-Based Virtual Environments as a Gateway Drug to Get People Hooked on Virtual Worlds. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region and find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speaker, Eileen, and to you, the audience.
look like such rock stars. I'm looking at it going, oh my God, what were we thinking? This is so cute.
Okay, hold on a sec.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5:30 to 6 p.m. session of the 2020 OpenSimulator Community Conference. In this session, we are happy to introduce a presentation called Using Browser-Based Virtual Environments as a Gateway Drug to Get People Hooked on Virtual Worlds. Our speakers this evening are Dr. Marie Vans, better known as Am Vans Lapis, and Bethany Winslow, better known as Bethany Winslow. Dr. Vans is a senior research scientist for HP Labs, HP Incorporated, and an instructor at San Jose State University, and Bethany is an instructional designer at San Jose State. Please check out the website at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the session, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC20. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Scott. Hey, everyone. We know you must all be wondering what is up with us crazy cats and our theme for this presentation. In a nutshell, we're going to talk about what we're doing to lure people into the incredible wonderland of virtual worlds. And we want to talk a little bit about why we think that browser-based environments can be an excellent and easy sort of gateway drug. One that we hope gets people hooked and coming back for more functionality. Our Alice in Wonderland theme is relevant because the characters from this story offer useful insights about identity and change, and this is very much akin to what educators grapple with in terms of adopting technology and learning to teach in new ways. Marie, can you drive the next slide? Thank you. Many of us have long been trying to find ways to entice our colleagues to see the value of virtual worlds, but showing them machinima and referencing the research literature is not enough to get them to take the leap into this environment. And what we really want to do is get them to come down the rabbit hole with us. We know the investment of time required to actually experience the power of these environments. And that needs to happen to hook people. So when I started playing with Mozilla Hubs, I was intrigued because it's a free open source platform that works on any device, even a phone. You can easily create a virtual environment to share with others, and it's social in nature. When I created my own account earlier this year, it's not a coincidence I chose the Cheshire Cat as my avatar. He offers one of the most important insights about this vast and confusing wonderland of options here in OpenSim. And that is, if you don't know where you want to go, it really doesn't matter what direction you choose. And that, my friends, is the real dilemma, because we know that when people are overwhelmed with options, it's just plain easier to make no choice at all. So this is a problem for virtual world adoption. People don't know, where to go or even how to start, and even what to do here if they do get here, because it's just so completely foreign to them. Even though everyone we know is sick of Zoom meetings, we can't wait for people to become interested in virtual worlds. That day is never going to come. So I just decided to just start making a few hubs rooms proactively this semester for a few people. And it's quick and easy enough for me to create a room. So why not just hand out a few rooms with a page in Canvas that tells someone and their students how to use it? But it remains to be seen who comes back for more and wanting more functionality. But I have started hearing some feedback indicating that our addiction model might really work. And so great, this is the slide. Thanks, Marie. So for example, one of the first people that I wanted to work with who teaches photojournalism, normally his students, their final showcase, they go on a wall in the journalism building on campus. And I knew this semester, because we're 100% online, those pictures were just going to end up on a web page somewhere. And that's super boring. It's a small class, there's only 15 people. So I just had him send me the pictures and I just pinned them up in a couple of connected rooms. Well, Dr. Cheers just reported to me that his students and he were really excited to view their work in a very professional looking 3D art gallery where they could navigate with each other and see their work, and they saw their names as featured artists. Dr. Cheers told me students describe the gallery as cool and interactive and creative, and they can send the link to meet a family member or friend in there to show them what they're doing. So it's a lot more accessible to people than when it's on campus. So Dr. Cheers reports that, and this is a quote, all of the students are excited to explore Mozilla Hubs. And pinning up those images myself was a lot easier than trying to convince him or anyone really to build it themselves. Hubs is easy, but we have got to get people to really experience the power of a customized virtual environment for themselves before they'll invest the time to do more to create their own. So I'm focused on just giving people virtual rooms. In fact, I recently installed a Hubs instance on AWS for a large event for our College of Business, and I created 43 rooms, one for each of the teams of students, so that conference guests who wanted to talk to that particular team could jump into their room and chat with them. And this was just the networking coffee break hour. It was part of a day-long, like 400-person event that was on Zoom. Now, of course, the coffee break is not 100% attended, but I had a bunch of people helping me moderate as room hosts. But the feedback that I got from everyone was that everyone who did attend the coffee break sessions loved them. In fact, when I first showed the Mozilla Hubs to the events team at San Jose State University, the people who actually managed the Zoom portion of the event, they were absolutely blown away. They'd never seen anything like it. And they loved it so much, they asked me for a room of their own to have their weekly team meetings. And they plan to show it to other people who are looking for alternatives to Zoom. So that's promising. So here's my thoughts so far from a bunch of different times getting people into Hubs. And I'm not exaggerating when I describe grown-up adults, not students. This is faculty and staff. They get downright giddy. They are excited to change their avatars. They giggle wildly when they're in a group. They literally run around excitedly. In fact, one of the very first things someone from the events team asked me was if they could click on the model of the coffee bar to sit themselves down or animate their avatar to make it look like they were drinking a coffee. Okay. Other people asked me if they could make their avatar dance. In other meetings, I heard people say they wished they could cam around and see their own avatars, okay? Believe me, I took note of all of this with great interest. I thought to myself, well, that was fast. And I tell everyone that browser-based environments are just the first step, and that there are more robust environments when they're ready to take the tumble down the rabbit hole with us. And this next slide here, I'm going to wrap this up with something I'm currently working on for the spring semester, which also I think follows our model of luring people in. And in this instance, I am going straight to the students who will often do anything for extra credit. And I finally got my own Kitely World, and I have a lot of different things in the works, but I stumbled upon this incredible build. Josh Bohm, big props. And can you believe the coincidence that I actually have an instructor, yes, who teaches cruise ship operations and management in the hospitality department in the College of Business at San Jose State University. And I have a great working relationship with him because I helped revise his course to be 100% online 2 years ago, and I had a hand in tweaking the curriculum quite a bit. So Rick is excited about my plans. I'm creating an extra credit activity for his students, which will have them be investigators for the cruise ship company. And they're going to explore various areas of the ship and reflect on the information there, specifically about how COVID-19 has impacted and will continue to challenge the cruising industry. Students will create a field study report that documents their reflections with screenshots and whatnot. And so I'm working on this now. It's going to go live at the end of January. But now let's turn this over to Marie.
Okay, hi, you can hear me, right? Great. Okay, so my name is Marie Vans in the physical realm and Am Vans Leppies in the virtual world. I just recently finished teaching a course at the San Jose State University iSchool on design for teaching and learning in social virtual reality. I'm going to show you an example of using browser-based and easy-to-use virtual worlds to get students hooked on using 3D worlds to deliver education and training. I had two I had two student learning outcomes defined for this course. Number one, to evaluate and apply technical criteria to state-of-the-art learning platforms for digital archives or special collections, because I'm in the iSchool. And two, understand learning models and how they can be applied using novel learning technologies by developing curricula and designing experiences based on learning models applied to archives or special collections. Okay, so I'm going to describe how I went about that. It all starts with the top criteria for VR platforms, and I believe Ellie did talked about this earlier, that the survey that we did a little over a year ago, where we started out with 29 criteria, but after analyzing the results, we were able to identify 8 that were clearly the most important. As you can see from the slide, it includes things like in-world speech, ability to present slides, and having desktop access, among others. The bulk of their grade is on a design project for an educational experience of their choice. They learned about models for learning, such as situated learning and constructivism. And they were required to discuss the learning model their designs were based on. They had to think about how they would measure learning in their design, what content they needed, what problem they were addressing, and the costs. There was much more they needed to have in their designs, but a large part of the design document had to include schematics of how their chosen experience would look once it was implemented. I will show you a couple of those examples in a minute. So armed with this knowledge and the criteria, the students explored different social VR platforms. We started with Verbella, as this has the easiest user interface and requires no prior experience with 3D worlds. I had one student who was older and who was not a gamer, so this was a very gentle introduction to VR worlds for him. I met up with students twice a week on Friday and Saturday mornings in one of the chosen worlds so I could show them around, ask them to consider whether the particular world we were in addresses those criteria we talked about earlier. After Verbella, we went to Mozilla Hubs and Frame. The next 2 field trips were ScienceSpace and finally Kitely. I saved Kitely for last because I knew it would blow them away after visiting the other platforms. I should mention that while I let the students know they are free to explore worlds not on our list, like VR Chat, Engage, and AltSpace, I could not require them to go because all the software and programs that we require students to use have to work on both Macs and PCs. And unfortunately, unless you have a wireless headset, none of the platforms mentioned above will work on Mac OS. So here's a schematic, some of the images from the design of one of my students called Biography of the Book. And he chose Kitely for his platform, which was very surprising to me because he was the one I mentioned above who had 0 experience with 3D or gaming. He found a working 3D model of a Gutenberg press and all the other objects he needs to implement his experience. What was amazing was that after visiting all the other worlds, he immediately saw the trade-offs between the easier but less interactive platforms and the higher learning curve but more flexibility available in OpenSim. Throughout the course, I emphasized that they needed to think about how effective their design would be on their learners. For example, if the experience is mostly passive, like watching lectures and maybe watching YouTube videos, then maybe all they need is a 360 video or even Zoom. They had to think about the affordances of the platform they were exploring so they could justify the use of that platform. It makes no sense to spend time and money to create an elaborate build where no objects are interactables and it's just basically a tour. While there is a cool factor there in VR, it's clearly there's no evidence that it leads to better learning. So here's another example from a different student who is a librarian for NASA. She created 2 rooms, and this is only one, in Frame to educate students and teachers about encouraging women to consider STEM careers. Oops. Sorry, wrong thing. I have to say this is one of my favorites as well because it's a subject I care deeply about myself. But here I wanted to point out that her experience does lend itself to a more passive learning experience by using Frame. which is web-based, so she can easily expose her target learners to the content she wants them to absorb without distractions from the technology itself. While the target audience for the biography of the book experience were tech-savvy students, the audience for the Women in STEM experience is K to 12 teachers and students who may or may not have the technical skills or the time to learn those skills for an experience that's mostly watching videos and reading note cards. So to wrap up, I'd want to just leave you with some main takeaways for me after the opportunity to teach this course. First, as we saw with my inexperienced student, if you start easy and progressively show the power of these 3D environments, people will gain more confidence and be motivated to jump over the larger hurdles to create the learning experiences they want. Second, I met my students and let them direct the discussion. Mostly, I asked the questions. For example, what types of learning experiences would be perfect on the platforms we are exploring? What about the criteria? Does this platform address those? Last, but probably most important, allow them to choose the domain and the experience they are most interested in implementing. They will be more motivated because their hearts are really in it. Thanks much, and please feel free to reach out to us to connect.
And join the VR Exploders Club.
That's true. That's true too.
We have a lot of fun.
I'll second that. Yes, by all means. Thank you, Marie and Bethany, for such a terrific presentation. Now, as a reminder to our audience, you can see what's coming up on the conference schedule at conference.opensimulator.org. Following this session, the next event will be at 6 o'clock in the music region and will feature country rock singer Liberty Bell Lyric. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 20 Poster Expo and the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations, and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to you, the audience.